Rebecca Rios-Cohn. I'm director of the New York office of Arigato International, and I'm very honored to be your Master of Ceremonies today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are also being followed live online, which is why I may be repeating things right now. In any event, we have translation also, simultaneous translation in French and Spanish, and we have some consecutive interpretation as well. So we like to begin our World Day with a moment of silence, honoring all the children who have been victims of all forms of violence. Thank you. We wish to thank the many partners that are represented here today, and many of you who have come from all over the world to join us in person, but also online on this World Day of Prayer and Action for Children 2022, which is honoring also the many unprecedented number of children who are on the move. That is the focus of this meeting. We have a symposium. We have distinguished experts that will be telling us very much what the situation is of the children on the move, which is a global phenomenon. And we are going to have the Global Network of Religions for Children also telling us what is being done at the grassroots level, which is very important to the work of Arigato. We will have an awards ceremony this afternoon that we are very proud of, and this is thanks to the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities that came up with the idea of issuing awards to outstanding practices at the grassroots. And I can't tell you how moving it is to receive applications from very small activities and programs and projects in places that we would never know about otherwise. So we're very pleased that we can do this, and thank you very much to the Interfaith Alliance for making this happen for the second year. And this year, the focus was on children on the move. Last year, it was on promoting the right to education with so many children out of school during the COVID pandemic. I also wish to thank in particular the Gregorian University. We will hear from our host who represents the Gregorian University, in particular the Institute of Anthropology, Interdisciplinary Studies on Human Dignity and Care of the Pontifical Gregorian University. And you will hear from Father Hans Zollner, who's seated here with us. Thank you very much for hosting this event with us. We couldn't have done it without your support and encouragement, and thank you very much. So there's going to be a lot of, we're going to hear a lot of experts discussing the issues, so I won't go into the complex issues which brings us together today to see what faith communities can do together. And I'm highlighting the word together. We have been promoting interfaith collaboration. We do interfaith services. We think that prayer can actually be inspirational and a unifying force, no matter how you worship, through whatever way you worship. On this day, on the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children, we welcome everyone and we encourage everyone to come together for children. That is the unique and sole purpose of Arigato International, is all for children. Now, I have to also mention some practical things. We may have a little bit of pause while we get the interpreters ready. We're going to have interpretation in simultaneous interpretation And then that simultaneous interpretation also includes Japanese, so you will have to understand the pause, right? So I have my colleagues giving me signs here and there of what has to be done next. So I also wanted to mention that we would like to ensure that all of you are invited for tonight's gala dinner. It's a beautiful, beautiful moment to honor some outstanding figures that have been working for children, in particular children who have been victims of sexual abuse and exploitation. And that is being hosted by the Global Collaborative. And there's a lot of excitement about a new UN resolution that has been adopted, focusing on the protection of children who have been abused, sexually abused, but also promoting the healing of children victims of such abuse. So this is a new UN resolution adopted on November 7th. Very exciting. It's an unprecedented resolution in the UN. So now I would like to introduce Father Hans Zollner, who, as I mentioned, is our host, and he is the director of the Institute here at the Gregorian University, who's co-hosting. So without further ado, I give the floor to Father Hans Zollner. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. Good morning. Your Eminence, Reverend Miyamoto, dear distinguished guests, thank you for coming here and welcome. I am, as Dr. Rebecca Rios-Kohn said, I'm the director of the Institute of Safeguarding, the Institute of Anthropology of this university, in which we can have this event happening. I would like first and foremost to thank Dr. Rebecca Rios-Kohn for her kind introduction, and arigato for having promoted the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children 2022, bringing together organizations from children's rights from diverse religious and cultural backgrounds. Our today's theme, Protecting Children's Dignity, a call to action for children on the move, presents an opportunity to reinforce our common commitment of working for the respect of every child's dignity, especially those who are obliged to leave their homes and the care of their well-being. We can make a difference for the lives of children, and especially those who are threatened in their security and in their dignity. And we can make a difference especially when we work together. When we come together physically, spiritually, and in our efforts to do whatever we can so that children are living in a safer world. The Pontifical Gregorian University, represented at this table by my colleague Professor Bongiovanni and myself, is happy to host this unique interfaith event. It is my great pleasure to be accompanied in the opening session by other speakers representing committed institutions and organizations working for the same goal. I would also like to warmly welcome all of you participating with us here or following through live streaming. Though abuse and many types of abuse happen in a multitude of places and contexts, children on the move are one of the most vulnerable categories of children who are denied their fundamental rights when exposed to all kinds of abusive and violent situations because of, among others, conflicts, war, poverty, and natural disasters. Moreover, when physical, psychological, and/or sexual abuse of these children take place within religious or faith-based institutions, this is often accompanied by spiritual hurt, hurting at the deepest level of being and affecting the relationship with God. In the face of these terrible abusive situations, we must do more than intervene or more than creating safe environments after the abuse has happened. This approach, originating from the negative, is not sufficient to address the full scope of the reality of abuse among us. We must recover our understanding of what it means to be human and the good that is our end as human beings. Safeguarding vulnerable children on the move, and I would add also vulnerable adults on the move, is more than simply protecting. It is reaching out and trying to stop abuse before it can happen. That is why our Safeguarding Institute is called the Institute of Anthropology, subtitle Interdisciplinary Studies on Human Dignity and Care. From our academic and educational work, we are aware that to strive for a safer world for all, it is imperative to work with others and to share our best practices, experiences, and insights with people from different religions, denominations, and convictions. This World Day of Prayer and Action is a unique opportunity for all of us to reconfirm our commitment to make safeguarding a priority within our different social and religious spheres of influence. May God bless us all as we continue striving to put into practice what our faith traditions teach us about recognizing the dignity of every human being and taking care of the most vulnerable, as it is the case for children on the move. Welcome again, and all the best for the works of these 2 days.
I'm reminded to ask you all to connect to channel 2 for simultaneous interpretation when we are about to hear in other languages. So it's now my pleasure, my privilege actually, to introduce you to the president of Arigato International, Reverend Keishi Miyamoto, who's traveled here from Tokyo to join us today. And it is my honor, therefore, to introduce you, Reverend Miyamoto. Arigato gozaimasu.
来賓の皆様、また世界各地からオンラインでご参加くださっている親愛なる友人の皆様、おはようございます。私からも歓迎の言葉を述べさせていただきます。2022年、子どものための祈りと行動の日にようこそおいでいただきました。聖なる都ローマから祈りと行動の日のイベントをこのような素晴らしい会場で開催できますことを大変光栄に存じます。まずは私たちを受け入れてくださいました教皇庁立グレゴリアン大学人類学研究所、諸宗教研究のための人間の尊厳とケアに関する学際研究センター、そしてとりわけハンス・ゾルナー神父のリーダーシップに心より感謝を申し上げます。また、実行委員としてご参加くださいました団体各位の皆様方にご協力をいただきましたこと、本日こうして私たち皆が集まることができましたことは大変大きな評価であると信じております。特にユニセフ、ワールドビジョン、より安全なコミュニティのための諸宗教連合の継続したご支援に深く 感謝を申し上げます。ご存知のように、ありがとうインターナショナルのモットーは、すべては子どもたちのためにであります。私にとってこれ以上大切なものはありません。本日、移動する子どもの保護という名のもとに、大勢お集まりいただきましたことを喜ばしく思います。この日を意義ある諸宗教の集まりにするため、お忙しい中、ご参加くださいました多くの宗教指導者、著名な専門家の皆様にとりわけ感謝を申し上げます。私たちの願いは、子どものための祈りと行動の日が多くの行動を促進し、やがては私たちのコミュニティを変革し、すべての子どもたちが潜在的可能性を最大限に引き出せる、より安全で愛のある環境の中で成長できるようになることです。子どものための祈りと行動の日は、2008年、その生涯を平和の促進と子どものために捧げました私の父である故宮本剛康氏により発足されました。同種のビジョンと夢は、すべての子どもたちのためにより良い環境を作ることであり、そのために手を携えて、連帯する多様な宗教指導者を結集することでありました。この日は、すべての宗教コミュニティが、子どもの権利条約で認められている子どもの権利に対する意義を高める機会として認識され、国連総会で条約が採択された11月20日に毎年祝われています。子どもの権利条約の原則は、すべての世界の主要な宗教の中核を担っています。このため、この原則は、多様な宗教を基盤とする組織や指導者が、子どものために祈り、共に行動するための共通の基盤となっています。今日、世界中で私たちは大変大きく困難な課題に直面しています。これまでに前例のないほど多くの子どもたちが家を追われ、それによってあらゆる形態の暴力を受けやすくなっていることが特に懸念されます。私たちは、とりわけ少女たちが特に武力紛争が起こっているときに、強制性交、性的搾取、虐待を受ける危険性が高まることを知っています。全体会議では、事実や課題、宗教コミュニティが変化をもたらすことのできる機会も含め、移動する子どもたちのための状況について、焦点を当てます。戦争や紛争、気候変動、食料や水の不足、宗教や民族的な迫害、その他の困難などによって家を追われた子どもたちのための権利を守るために、宗教指導者や宗教コミュニティを含め、何ができるかについて、専門家からお話をいただきます。私たちは宗教指導者として行動する道徳的責務があると信じています。すべての参加者の皆様に共に取り組んでいただくことを心から強くお願いし、2002年子どものための祈りと行動の日へのご参加とご支援に心より御礼の言葉を述べさせていただきます。皆様、誠にありがとうございます。
All right, thank you very much, Reverend Miyamoto. Now we move to our next speaker in this session of the program. I have the honor to introduce His Excellency, Judge Abdel Salam, who is the General Secretary, Council of Muslim Elders. And I have the privilege to meet you earlier in another venue, so I appreciate seeing you again here. Thank you very much. Please, you have the floor.
السلام عليكم. في البداية أود أن أوجه الشكر الجزيل لمؤسسة أريجاتو الدولية على هذا العمل الاستثنائي الذي تقوم به من أجل حماية الأطفال. وأيضا أشكر السيد مياموتو وكل التقدير لك ولوالدك أيضا على بذل هذه الجهود من أجل الأطفال. كذلك أود أن أشكر الفاتيكان، الكنيسة الكاثوليكية، وأخص معهد الدراسات الإنسانية على هذا العمل المهم من أجل حماية الكرامة الإنسانية. الحقيقة أنا كاتب كلمة وأرجو أن المترجم ينتبه لأني سأخرج عن النص المكتوب، وأقول إن هذا التجمع المهم والاستثنائي وهذه النخبة الحاضرة من أماكن مختلفة ومدارس مختلفة ومنظمات مختلفة كلها اجتمعت من أجل، من وجهة نظري، أحد أكبر وأخطر مهددات السلم العالمي، ما يحدث مع الأطفال من جرائم وانتهاكات كارثية، عمالة الأطفال والاستغلال الجنسي للأطفال وإهدار كرامة الأطفال والاعتداء على حق الأطفال في التعليم والحياة الكريمة، حتى حقهم في السعادة، الابتسامة، حتى اللعب، أكثر شيء يشغل أطفال اليوم. لقد سعدت بهذه الكلمات التي ذكرتها فاذر وأيضا السيد مياموتو، ولكن الألم شديد. العالم يمر بأزمات كبرى ونسمع أرقام كارثية، حين نعرف اليوم أن آخر تقرير للأمم المتحدة يقول أن تقريبا 160 مليون طفل يعانون من الاستغلال في عمالة الأطفال، فهذه كارثة كبرى. الحروب والصراعات كما أشار الزملاء، أنا لا أريد أن أعيد وأكرر ما ذكروه، ولكن هذه الحروب والصراعات والأزمات التي تمر بالعالم وتخلف وراءها قتل وكسر وحرق لآمال الأطفال في مستقبل أفضل، مسألة يعني تثير الكثير من الألم والمعاناة. التقارير الدولية التي تشير إلى أن الصراع والعنف وتغيرات المناخ وغيرها من الأزمات أدت إلى نزوح 36 مليون طفل من منازلهم في عام حتى نهاية عام 2021. هذه كارثة. أعتقد أن الكثير من حضراتكم والمعنيين بهذا الأمر يعرفون هذه الإحصاءات وهذه التقارير. حين تسمع أن 13 مليون طفل لاجئ وطالب لجوء، 22 مليون طفل مشرد داخليا بسبب الصراعات والعنف، ما يقرب من 244 مليون طفل تتراوح أعمارهم بين 6 سنوات و18 عام تخلفوا عن الالتحاق بالمدارس، 40% منهم فقط في القارة الإفريقية، هذه القارة التي تعاني بشكل صعب جدا من كل الجرائم والانتهاكات ضد الأطفال، وخاصة موضوع عمالة الأطفال. ليس فقط عمالة الأطفال، بل استغلال الأطفال في عمالة غير آدمية وغير إنسانية. لا أعرف كيف نبحث عن السلام ومستقبل الشعوب ونحن نسمع هذه الأرقام المخيفة، حين نسمع أن هناك مئات الملايين من الأطفال محرومين من التعليم والصحة والحياة الكريمة، ثم ننتظر ونقول أننا نعمل من أجل السلام ومن أجل مستقبل أفضل. والحقيقة أن هذا الأمر يحتاج إلى توقف، وهذا هو الذي دعاني إلى، وأنا أسمع زملائي وأقرأ في الإحصاءات، هو الذي دعاني إلى الخروج عن الشكل التقليدي في إلقاء الكلمات. وحين تحدثت يا عزيزي الكريم عن دور قادة الأديان، فأنا هنا أستذكر وأقول أن قادة الأديان يبذلون جهدا كبيرا في هذا الأمر، ولكن على المؤسسات والمنظمات المختلفة حول العالم أن تساعدهم في تنفيذ هذه الرؤى وتنفيذ هذه الخطوات. حين أتذكر هذه الوثيقة التاريخية، وثيقة أبو ظبي للأخوة الإنسانية التي قدمها للعالم الإمام الأكبر أحمد الطيب شيخ الأزهر الشريف مع البابا فرانسيس في 4 فبراير 2019 من أبو ظبي، واجتمع العالم في الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة وأعلنوا هذه اللحظة التاريخية يوما دوليا للأخوة الإنسانية، لم تكن مجرد حبر على ورق ولا مجموعة من المبادئ المشتركة بين الأديان، ولكنها كانت مجموعة من أحلام الشعوب، مجموعة من عذابات وآلام وآمال الإنسانية في هذا الوقت الصعب. لذا أنا أود أن أذكر بهذه الوثيقة التي ذكرت صراحة حقوق الأطفال الأساسية في التنشئة الأسرية والتغذية والتعليم والرعاية، وأن هذا واجب على الأسرة والمجتمع في ذات الوقت، وبالطبع على القادة والمسؤولين. الحقيقة في هذه اللحظة قبل أن أتحدث أنني أتعهد أمامكم بصفتي وبمؤسستي التي أعمل عليها وداخلها، وهي مجلس حكماء المسلمين وكذلك لجنة الأخوة الإنسانية، بأن نكثف العمل ونخصص الكثير من المشاريع والمبادرات لحماية كرامة الأطفال وإنقاذ أطفال المستقبل وأطفال اليوم من هذه الجرائم الكبرى. أود أن أشيد بكم جميعا، أود أن أشيد بعملكم جميعا. أنا أعرف أن كل الموجودين هنا على رأس أو داخل مؤسسات كلها تعمل من أجل حماية الأطفال، وأود أن أشجع وأهنئ أريجاتو على أنها كرست كل جهودها ومبادراتها في كل ما يتعلق بشؤون وقضايا الأطفال. والحقيقة هنا لابد أن أشيد وأذكر تحالف الأديان لأمن المجتمعات الذي أعلن في 2018، وأنا أعرف أن هناك شراكة كبيرة مع أريجاتو الدولية، وقام بعقد، دعني أقول لا زلنا جميعا لم نقم بالمأمول، ولكن هذا التحالف قام بتغطية جانب مهم جدا، وهو إشراك قادة الأديان على مستوى القمة. وحين أتحدث عن نماذج مثل الإمام الأكبر شيخ الأزهر أكبر رمز إسلامي وقداسة البابا فرانسيس وغيرهم من الأديان الأخرى، وعقدوا عدة مؤتمرات للتركيز وتسليط الضوء على هذه القضية وهذه الجرائم الكارثية، ليس فقط في حق الأطفال وإنما في حق الإنسانية. فشكرا جزيلا لهذا التحالف ولدولة الإمارات على هذا الجهد المقدر. سيدي العزيز، إذا كان لي من دعوة ختامية في كلمتي، فأنا أدعو إلى مشروع واحد مشترك من أجل حماية الأطفال. أدعو كل المؤسسات والمنظمات التي تعمل من أجل السلام، من أجل الأخوة الإنسانية، من أجل التسامح، من أجل التعايش، من أجل هذه القيم التي نأملها ونتمناها وندافع عنها ونكافح من أجلها، أن تجلس على مائدة واحدة وتختار مشروع. ربما هذا المشروع لن يحقق الأمل لهذه الملايين بالطبع، ولكن على الأقل سيحمي الكثير من هؤلاء المشردين من حول العالم. شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you very much. I now have the pleasure to introduce Professor Ambrosio Bongiovanni, who is the director of the Center for Interreligious Studies at this university. So without further ado, please take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti. Reverend Miyamoto and Dr. Rebecca Rioscon, honorable speakers, guests, colleagues, Your Eminence, Your Excellency, on behalf of the Gregorian Center for Interreligious Studies, my warm welcome to you all. I do not want to address here only a proper initial greeting, but I would like to share a few personal thoughts. When Father Zollner, Dean of our institute here of the Gregorian Institute of Anthropology, approached me to present the project of this wonderful World Day for Children and this conference a few months ago, a feeling of joy and consolation spread in my heart for two main reasons. Let me share a couple of reasons. All our efforts to spread the culture of dialogue within and among different faith communities are giving concrete blossom of hope, like today's celebration and gathering. Interfaith engagements through dialogue of life and dialogue of works brings all of us to a more global awareness about ethical questions like the one we are discussing today, which are an integral part of our life and faith. I would stress living faith, and to build the perspective of an interreligious alliance, notwithstanding the differences which characterize our own religious traditions. The choice to have a conference focused on not just in a kind of human, academic, or political celebration, though it is also significant, but a conference focused on prayer, and so in relation to God, makes all of us aware of the need of transcendence in our broken world, and even to deal with these questions. So for me, it was very touching, the combining prayer and action. That makes the difference. The second aspect is more personal. It's a personal note. I've been working with my wife and my family for street children for a few years, vulnerable and abused girls of the Indian suburban peripheries, and now as a president of another organization, NGO, Magis Foundation, a work of the Euro-Mediterranean province of the Jesuits. The concern for vulnerabilities, especially those of children, is a great concern of my life, my action in projects, activities, and education. So I rejoice when I look at the intense and rich program of the conference, and I'm sure that it will contribute to a change of mentality, to the growth of the culture of dialogue in a more effective way, to the way we promote education and development in various parts of today's world. So thank you to all the people who made this event possible, and I pray God to inspire us through the lectures and experiences we are going to listen towards the development of good practices and deep commitment for children, for their dignity in the world, especially for the poor and the most deprived ones. Thank you very much. Have a nice conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Bongiovanni. I wanted to say a few words about our partnerships, because it's thanks to our partnerships that we are here today. The second year that we have worked together on the World Day with many like-minded organizations, and it sounds easy to do, but it's not really easy to do. We have been meeting with over 20 organizations, many of them faith-based, that are committed to protecting children's rights and well-being and promoting their well-being. And of course, I have to mention that UNICEF has been our key partner for many years. In fact, I'm a bit biased because I spent 25 years with UNICEF, and it was through UNICEF that I had the pleasure to meet Reverend Miyamoto's father, Reverend Takeyasu Miyamoto, who had the vision to establish Arigato International. And so I think it's important that UNICEF made that introduction possible. And we have another key partner here, that is World Vision, and World Vision has also been an extraordinary supporting partner. So you will meet many others. The World Council of Churches is here represented. We have an extraordinary group of people, and I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces. It's so encouraging to see so many familiar faces. And we have to continue this partnership and build even stronger partnerships. And I like what Professor Bongiovanni was just saying about a culture of dialogue. In my years with UNICEF, in the early years, it was UNICEF actually who understood the influence and power of faith communities in transforming the lives of children. It was inspirational, and it was the late Jim Grant had that vision, and it stayed with many of us. And I'm giving that introduction also because UNICEF is present here in so many ways. Our next speaker is from UNICEF, and also we have our Goodwill Ambassador from UNICEF, Mazoun Al-Malekhan, who is going to be speaking later today. Mazoun, as a Goodwill Ambassador, has been promoting the rights of children, and she is a former refugee herself. She was a refugee child from Syria, and we're very honored to have her here today because she always has such excitement and energy around her. But in any event, thank you for joining us for the third year on the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is, her name is Sara Martelli, and she is coordinator of UNICEF's national response in Italy. She will be telling you a bit about what she does and the background. So please welcome Sara Martelli.
Thank you. Distinguished audience, I would like to start by thanking the Institute of Anthropology, Interdisciplinary Studies, and Human Dignity and Care of the Pontifical Gregorian University for hosting us today and in such a magnificent and symbolic place. I would also like to thank Arigato International and its partners for choosing to dedicate the annual World Day of Prayer and Action for Children to such an important topic as the dignity and rights of children on the move. Long before there was a UNICEF, religious communities were among the greatest advocates for the world's most vulnerable children, providing comfort, aid, guidance to millions of disadvantaged families. But let us go back to a time, and that is in November 1989, when the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child. UNICEF spearheaded this historic effort in close partnership with the leaders of multiple faiths from across the world. The moral voice of faith-based leaders was instrumental in ensuring that the Convention on the Rights of the Child became the most widely ratified human rights treaty in the world. and in history. Today, religious communities continue to be key partners for UNICEF's work to advance children's rights and enhance their well-being. Such a partnership is critical for our renewed focus on reaching the poorest, most vulnerable, and hardest to reach children and families, and promoting their full social inclusion. By the end of 2021, before the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, there are around 36.5 million children around the world that have been forced to flee their homes because of conflict, poverty, or simply in search of a better opportunity. Since February 2022, sadly, 7 million people have been displaced inside Ukraine as a result of the ongoing war, while 7.8 million refugees from Ukraine are now recorded across Europe. 90% of these are women and children. With an escalating global hunger crisis and the worsening impact of climate change, sadly, the number of children on the move is expected to continue to increase exponentially. Far too many will continue to face danger, detention, deprivation, and discrimination on their journeys, at destination or upon return. Arbitrary detention, extortion, exploitation, and violence, including gender-based violence, are just some of the risks faced by children crossing the central Mediterranean route, one of the most dangerous migration routes in the world, and reaching these very shores here in Italy. Since January 2017, an estimated 43,000 unaccompanied and separated children are reported to have arrived in Italy by sea. And in Italy, UNICEF, along with its partners, continues to work in support to the government of Italy to address both the immediate and medium-term needs of children and migrant and refugee children, but also improving their skills, providing them with skills building opportunities and supporting their inclusion and participation. According to a recent report released by UNICEF, the Ukraine war and rising inflation have so far driven 4 million children into poverty, including children on the move in Europe. That shows that children are bearing the heaviest burden of the economic crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. The increase in poverty, the economic crisis, and the sharp rise in the cost of fuel and energy will have, again, a direct impact on the social inclusion in the host communities. With the potential escalation of insecurity inside Ukraine, UNICEF, with its partners, will continue to work at national and local level within Ukraine itself and in neighboring countries to enhance preparedness measures and for new refugee movements and to respond to the needs of the most vulnerable children and their families. Even as crises that force children to leave their homes change over time, our common commitment to addressing their needs cannot and must not change. Supporting children on the move and ensuring their inclusion and participation in host societies will continue to require strong cooperation from all. In December 2020, UNICEF, in collaboration with the World Church Council, the European Council of Religious Leaders, launched Religions for Peace, an initiative bringing together a wide range of stakeholders who share one overriding aspiration: to ensure that children escaping conflict, poverty, persecution, natural disasters are supported and protected physically, psychologically, and spiritually. Today, UNICEF co-signs with all of you the call to action for children on the move. Today, more than ever, governments, local authorities, international organizations, civil society, faith-based organizations, and leaders must join forces to promote and protect children's rights, particularly to those that are more vulnerable, as are children on the move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so I have to speak faster. In any event, thank you very much, Sara Martelli, for those remarks, important remarks on behalf of UNICEF. And I wanted to invite you all to see 2 video messages from different experts that are going to speak next. And I would like to give a moment for our next session of speakers to move here. So give us a minute here. We have to. Dr. Benyam Dawit
Dear colleagues
Mezmour.
and friends, I am honored to have this opportunity. A big thank you to the organizers. Contrary to popular belief, the Children on the Move issue is a global phenomenon. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child has engaged with state parties on child migration issues since its early days and has provided continuous guidance on the nature of state parties' obligations. In fact, in 2017, the committee, jointly with the Committee on Migrant Workers, further consolidated its guidance to state parties by adopting a general comment on children in the context of international migration. I single out 3 topics I believe are critical for today's gathering. The first one is politicization or over-politicization of the Children on the Move agenda. There is a significant amount of over-politicization of migration issues, including the issue of children on the move. For example, migration issues were exceptionally politicized during the refugee crisis, contributing to disintegration and opt-out outcomes in the UK and Denmark. Building peaceful societies and opposing xenophobia, racism, and discrimination against children on the move requires us to be conscious of many things, including the use of derogatory terminology that calls migrants aliens, foreigners, unwanted, illegals, and so forth. Otherwise, such public opinion becomes public policy in different states. Some of this politicization has led to actions on child migrants, migration policy, or even detention, which seem to suggest that some countries treat some of the provisions of the Convention on the Rights of the Child not as a to-do list, but as a wish list, not as a binding treaty, but as a declaration. At the end of the day, it is critical to remind all stakeholders that children do not lose their rights simply because they are on the move. The second important topic is best interests of the child. Article 3 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is the umbrella provision on the best interest of the child, provides in part that, and I quote, "The best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration," end of quote. This means that the child's interests is a high priority and not just one of several considerations. A determination of what is in the best interest of the child requires a clear and comprehensive assessment of the child's identity, including her or his nationality, upbringing, ethnic, cultural, and linguistic background, particular vulnerabilities, and protection needs. Consequently, allowing the child access to the territory is a prerequisite to this initial assessment process. In addition, seemingly subsidiary matters, such as the appointment of a competent guardian as expeditiously as possible, are considered to serve as a key procedural safeguard. Access to services, especially education, healthcare, and services for protection against violence is in their best interests, while immigration detention is not. Often, the automatic prioritization of issues such as national security that categorically and often baselessly reject a consideration of children's best interests do not comply with the obligations under the Convention. The third point is the issue of age determination. Central to the implementation of the Convention is age, and age determination is central to children on the move. Age can affect the determination of issues that relate to whether one can apply as part of a family, the capacity to submit an asylum application in one's own right, accommodation in non-specialized facilities along with adults, access to education, as well as the age when a child can be a sponsor or beneficiary of family reunification procedures. Unfortunately, mechanisms for age determination are matters of contention, where medical tests to determine age are notoriously inaccurate. As a result, as the CRC committee, we recommend a comprehensive assessment of the child's physical and psychological development conducted by specialist pediatricians or other professionals who are skilled in combining different aspects of development. Needless to say, an accessible and nationwide birth registration system goes a long way in addressing some of the age determination challenges for children on the move. And when in doubt, about the age of a young person, the benefit of the doubt should be given to the young person being assessed. Let me conclude. Most of you probably recall the heartbreaking image of the tiny corpse of Alan Kurdi, washed up on the Turkish beach in 2015, that at least made headlines, though it seems that the world is becoming far too immune to such tragedies. It should not be that way. There are countless examples of actions by faith communities, faith leaders, and faith-based organizations that are aimed at upholding the rights of children on the move. Whether it's in the context of the hospitality and services offered to children on the move as a result of the conflict in Ukraine, Yemen, Afghanistan, Nigeria, Myanmar, Syria, or my own country, Ethiopia. Or the work of Turkey's network of state preachers in the support of Syrian refugees in Bursa. Or the more than a century-old humanitarian work of the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee. Or the work of Apostoli, which is affiliated with the Greek Orthodox Church, which not only provides humanitarian first aid assistance, but also runs an accommodation center for unaccompanied minors. Or the ecumenical initiative in Italy, which fortunately later grew to France, Belgium, and Andorra, among other countries, which worked in collaboration with the government to grant a number of exceptional humanitarian visas to create a humanitarian corridor for refugees stranded in Lebanon and other countries to come to Italy. There is no shortage of examples. We just need to consolidate and scale up, and in doing so, we should make the Convention on the Rights of the Child central. In the preface to Arigato's excellent 2019 study titled Faith and Children's Rights, the then Executive Director of UNICEF wrote, and I quote, "The 30th anniversary of the Convention is a unique opportunity to accelerate progress." And then she concluded by saying, and I quote, "Let us take advantage of this opportunity and put faith into action like never before." End of quote. I could not agree more. Thank you.
First of all, let's give a round of applause to our last speakers. Now we're entering into the next session of the program where we will have to go more in depth into the issues. And we have some extraordinary speakers on this particular panel. And I have now the honor to introduce Dr. Antonia Testa, who is the scientific director of the Center for Ultrasound in Gynecology Oncology of the Agostinho Gemelli University Hospital Foundation. And she is also president of the Focolare movement in Rome, right? So thank you. Please.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for the courage and constant commitment to put children back at the center of our present day and of our communities as agents of change, as guardians, and sentinels for future. It is an honor for me to be here today together with you all. I do not have any expertise in pedagogical or child policy. I'm a gynecologist. I am the director of the Ultrasound Center in Gynecological Oncology at Agostinho Gemelli Catholic University in Rome. So together with my team, I try to help children move, if we wish to use this expression, move, in the very first moments of life, preparing them together with their parents for the world that will welcome them. However, I owe children a tribute of gratitude and recognition for having allowed me to meet a friend, a soul who is guided by the sacred, a leader in the defense of the rights and dignity of children, Dr. Binu Aram. She's here. The 50,000 children of the Shanti Ashram that she cares for, assists and protects in the Coimbatore area in India, in the midst of pandemic, moved myself and more than 30 professionals in the gynecological field to set up a scientific marathon, an intellectual marathon, where each one presented the latest work in the field of gynecology. The goal was to raise 60,000 euros to support some projects of Shanti Ashram. Pope Francis also contributed with a personal donation, reminding us that no faith can ever shirk its vocation to take care of little ones. And last Monday, 2 days ago, we concluded the second online edition of this strange marathon, which this year involved 850 colleagues from more than 50 countries all around the world. Now, I have learned the art of getting on the move with the little ones, with the fragile, with the children, from a woman, a spiritual leader of the 20th century, Chiara Lubich. She was Italian by origin, but was effectively a citizen of the world. And she always looked upon children as the protagonist of history. Whoever found this approach unrealistic, Chiara always pointed out that the soul has no age and constantly hosts the presence of God within it. This is the reason why children who are still uncontaminated by so many social superstructures, they know how to go straight to the heart of problems, as well as to solutions, because they are guided by the sacred and because they are capable of acts that can surprise us as adults. Chiara Lubich gave them a dice where each face shows a point of the art of loving, a method, or rather a pedagogy, to move hearts towards caring for others, whoever they may be. To love everyone, one face. To love first. To enter into the other's skin. To see the presence of God in everyone. These are some points of this art inspired by Chiara Lubich's spirituality of unity, and is particularly aimed at children. This art has become now a strategy for social activities which are today conducted by the Focolare movement and its NGO, Action for a United World. The children in Sericolia, in Condagus district of Sierra Leone, could not move from home to go to school because the routes were long and unsafe. And it was expensive to provide accommodation and food in the village where the school is located. Since last year, thanks to Action for a United World, 650 of them have been able to attend a school which was especially built for them. I take the opportunity of the presence, I don't know if she's here, Fatima Madame Abio, to thank for the cooperation with the local government in providing education for the youngest children. Together with the 300 village chiefs, we will precisely start a formation program on the rights of children. The children on the move are often in the midst of wars. The families of the Focolare movement are hosting hundreds of Ukrainian children. Evichka, Sonia, Hélène are 7 to 12 years old, and they live in Slovakia. When the parents proposed them to welcome in their home a mother and 2 children, they unanimously said yes. This meant for they had to move their habits, spaces, toys, and above all, to move their hearts to share and welcome a broken family. Naya was 8 years old when her home in Aleppo was bombed. After 2 years, some operators of the Focolare movement took her back to her house, which had been reduced to a pile of rubble, so that she could tell about how she had decorated her room, to tell about the swim she had missed so much. It was a way to remind her a happy memory. There was not a home reconstruction project inside, but Naja's grief needed to be accepted without them getting caught up by efficiency or the temptation to belittle this girl's grief because she was simply a child. These adults who did not discard the pain, but moved back to the house and walked with her amongst the rubble to touch the devastated walls, to pick up the tiles of the room. These actions were Naja's spiritual care, a proof that children need guides of the spirit and adult friends, not just problem solvers. Among the children on the move, there are thousands of unaccompanied minors arriving in Italy, as we heard from North Africa. Our call to action has acted on 3 fronts. First, periodic and then stable reception in families so that they could once again be part of a community. Second, the involvement of structures that could offer educational and psychological support. And finally, according to their age, the introduction to work training by means of internship. I skip the numbers because there is no time. I go to the end. I'm sure we will be inspired by the testimonies and projects of today and tomorrow as we walk this tortuous and challenging path together with the children and for the children. My wish for all of us here is to do this with the logic of being a gift, the one that makes us look at the other beyond age, faith, origin, as a gift that God has prepared for our life, for our organization, and for the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Testa. It reminds me of the increasing opportunities that we have recently to have discussions of faith and science. And that is, I think, fascinating subject. In any event, we have to move with our next speaker, and I have the honor to introduce His Eminence, Metropolitan Emmanuel, who is the chair of the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities. He is also co-moderator and executive committee member of Religions for Peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Esteemed religious leaders, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by saying how grateful I am to the organizers of this conference, and especially to Reverend Miyamoto of the Arigato Foundation, and also for the Gregorian University for inviting me to speak today. I hope this presentation and the few ideas I want to convey will be helpful. And allow me, by conveying the warmest greetings of His Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, who is extremely interested in the outcome of this exchange. And it is also my privilege to salute all of you on behalf of the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Societies. I would like to focus my remarks on the digital age and its relationship to religion, or to put it in other wise, age of digital culture or the digital world in the context of religion and its effects on children. Our understanding of the world has undergone profound changes over the past 2 millennia, and even more so since the creation of the virtual, digital, or cyber world. The distinction between the spiritual and the secular and the creation of new experience of augmented reality, for example, change our notions of relationship, community awareness, and even communion. To address the connection between faith and digital culture is to touch on a particularly sensitive aspect and medium. Dorotheus of Gaza, 6th century, wrote, I quote, "Imagine that the world is a circle, that God is at the center, and the radii are the different ways human beings live. When those who wish to come closer to God walk towards the center of the circle, they come closer to one another at the same time as to God. The closer they come to God, the closer they come to one another. And the closer they come to one another, the closer they come to God." This is what makes religion identical to relationship. Having said that, the digital world does not always fulfill its promise of enhanced relationships. Digital culture is a culture of images. And as Orthodox Christians, the power of images reminds us of the central role of iconography, not only as a liturgical term, but also as an expression of a confession of faith. This extends back to the function of the image and its dignity. In Orthodox theology, the image, and in particular the image of God, which is present in every human being, is the manifestation of one's freedom. And many of the risks faced by children on the internet are the threat to their dignity. I'm convinced that this is one of the options I would like to offer today. If we want to protect youth from the risks of digital world, we must unpack the principle of dignity. Practically speaking, it means improving the education of children and young people while ensuring that all citizens are alert of the risk of abuse and know how to report it. In this context, religious leaders should be able to help parents and children to identify people at risk, to offer advice about solutions, and to learn better serve the needs of victims and to improve collaborative efforts with victim support organizations. The risk of online religious radicalization is also a real threat for peace in the world. As we have been during the last decade, indoctrination and promotion of violence are the symptoms of the deeper spiritual sickness connected to today's culture. Individualism. And it is not my role today to put out postmodern civilization on trial, but it is fair to acknowledge how a culture of liberal consumerism and globalization has shaped a devalued view of childhood, which has come to be seen in terms of potential rather than dignity. This fracture reminds me of Nietzsche's well-known phrase, "If you stare into the abyss stares back at you." What the abyss of the digital world says about us is not positive. On the contrary, the image of ourselves is very negative. The digital world has created new forms of addiction, new types of slavery, where truth is constantly challenged by hatred, biases, false ideas, fake news, manipulations, and disinformation. The digital age has amplified these phenomena to the point where dialogue becomes impossible. Dear friends, in an encyclical in 2016, the year that the Ecumenical Patriarchate consecrated on the childhood and the protection of children in general, His Holiness the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew appealed to the faithful around the globe to respect the dignity and sacredness of childhood. And a child's soul is altered by influential consumption of electronic media, especially television and the internet, and by the radical transformation of communication. Unreal economics transforms them from a young age into consumers, while the pursuit of pleasure rapidly causes their innocence to vanish. The protection and care of children is the most basic and most essential index of any society's dedication to the good. As Christ warned us, whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned to the depth of the sea. To protect children against this profound perversion of their created natures is one of the most urgent responsibilities incumbent upon adult Christians in the age of mass communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. You have reminded us that we are also live online and that there are people possibly sending us comments and suggestions and sending questions. So I'd like to thank all those who are following us online as well. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker. And I'm very honored to introduce him. He is the Chief Rabbi of Rome, Rabbi Dr. Riccardo Di Segni. Please welcome.
I have been told that I can speak Italian. Okay. This is not Italian, it's Roman. Ringrazio gli organizzatori per l'onore che mi è stato fatto a partecipare a questo convegno, dove sono in rappresentanza della Conferenza dei Rabbini Europei, che è una organizzazione ombrello che raccoglie praticamente tutti i rabbini dell'Europa in senso geografico, compreso quindi anche il Regno Unito. Ieri c'era una riunione dalla quale sono rientrato presto per poter essere anche per poter essere qui. Questa riunione del comitato esecutivo si svolgeva in Romania, a Bucarest, e ieri non ho potuto partecipare a una lunga gita che hanno fatto, chiamiamola gita, per andare a trovare in Romania i profughi dall'Ucraina che sono scappati, in particolare quelli della regione di Odessa, che sotto i bombardamenti sono scappati e hanno trovato rifugio in Romania. Questo è un esempio di estrema attualità, come il problema di cui parliamo non è teorico, è pratico, e in questo caso una gara di solidarietà ha consentito il movimento a interi gruppi familiari, compresi i bambini. Almeno, oltre al trauma dei bombardamenti, della guerra e dello spostamento, almeno non c'è stato il dramma della separazione. Questo nostro convegno si chiama Giorno di Prayer and Action, preghiera e azione. Vorrei ricordare un episodio biblico nel libro dell'Esodo, quando gli ebrei usciti dall'Egitto si trovano davanti al mare che non si apre e dietro ci sono gli egiziani. Mosè che fa? Prega, e Dio gli dice: smettila di pregare, di alla gente di partire. Loro partono e il mare si apre. Questo per dire che qualche volta l'azione è più importante della preghiera. Vorrei raccontare nel brevissimo tempo concesso per sommi capi una storia molto importante, visto che dedichiamo ai bambini, c'è una storia che riguarda i bambini, è una storia della fine del 1938 e del 1939 e porta il nome di, appunto, Kindertransport, trasporto dei bambini. Fu una grandiosa operazione che venne organizzata nel Regno Unito con l'appoggio del Parlamento britannico per poter fare arrivare nel Regno Unito, dalle famiglie volontarie che si offrivano di accoglierli, bambini che scappavano da tutte le zone occupate dal regime nazista. I nazisti approvarono l'operazione, la approvò il Parlamento britannico, purché la cosa non costasse nulla allo Stato, furono le famiglie che se ne presero carico. È interessante che quando la proposta molto rapidamente passò al Congresso americano, il Congresso americano disse inizialmente no. La motivazione, perché era contro Dio separare le famiglie. E questo è un esempio di come l'uso di Dio può essere estremamente controverso e pericoloso, ed è questo un richiamo alle nostre responsabilità. In ogni modo 10.000 bambini riuscirono a scappare, avevano come obbligo di pagarsi anche il biglietto di ritorno, che non sarebbe mai stato utilizzato, non videro più le famiglie originarie e vennero accolti, e alcuni di loro hanno avuto un grande successo nella vita, ci sono ben 2 premi Nobel in mezzo a questa lista di 10.000 bambini, quindi hanno avuto l'educazione, ma il trauma della separazione, di essere accolti in ambienti ignoti, che non parlano la stessa lingua, che non hanno la stessa sensibilità, che non hanno lo stesso livello sociale, è un trauma che tutti quanti ci sono portati appresso. E quindi questa è una grandissima lezione, un esperimento storico che purtroppo siamo costretti a ripetere e nel quale dobbiamo appunto misurarci sulla difficoltà del trattamento del bambino con o senza la famiglia. E un altro problema che è emerso anche in quella storia e in quella storia di quegli anni e che continuamente emerge è che nel rispetto della dignità del bambino ci deve essere anche il rispetto della sua cultura originaria, della sua fede originaria, senza sopraffazioni e senza imposizioni che potrebbero sembrare espressioni di misericordia, ma in realtà sono cancellazioni identitarie, e questo va tenuto presente. Il tempo a mia disposizione è brevissimo, vorrei soltanto finire con una frase che è una citazione dalle nostre scritture e che noi spesso la iscriviamo nelle nostre scuole e che ci richiama alla nostra responsabilità. Il mondo non si mantiene se non per il merito del fiato dei bambini che studiano a scuola. Se questo mondo si mantiene ancora è per merito loro e non per merito nostro. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Disegni, and I like very much the fact that you underscored that prayer should lead to action. That's what we do at Arigato. We try to encourage prayer that inspires action, and that's an important point that you raised. Also, the fact that you were mentioning preserving the original culture and identity of the child is very important in these cases of children on the move. And I'm mentioning that because that's one of the rights of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It recognizes, in fact, in Article 30, I believe, it's Article 30, that recognizes the right of the child to his or her culture and identity and language, and to practice his or her own religion. So these are things that sometimes are not able to be respected in cases of children on the move who have been forcibly displaced from their homes. And so thank you for those comments, Rabbi. Very much appreciated. Earlier, we had Cardinal Cherney with us, and he had another commitment. I'm sorry to say he cannot be here with us, but he has asked Father Zollner to deliver his statement. So please, please welcome Father Zollner again.
Thank you very much. And as Dr. Rebecca Rios-Kohn says, I'm reading now the statement of Cardinal Michael Cherney. He's the prefect of the Holy See's Dicastery for Integral Human Development. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, in particularly Arigato International and the Institute of Anthropology of the Pontifical Gregorian University, for inviting me to this symposium. I'm grateful that the World Day of Action and Prayer for Children has taken place annually for 15 years. Your commitment in advocating for the rights of children is inspiring, and I'm delighted that representatives of different religions, the UN, and civil society organizations are here too as advocates of children's rights. All children should have the right to grow within their family, the right to study, and also the right to recreation. They have the right to be children. Unfortunately, many of them have no choice but to migrate. And migration puts all those rights in jeopardy. Migrating involves great sacrifices. Children often pay the highest price, especially when they migrate alone. Their age and status heighten the threat of becoming victims of traffickers and criminal organizations and of being detained. Indeed, the Catholic Church has long been strongly opposed to any form of detention of foreign minors due solely to their migratory status. Children also have the right to a healthy and secure family environment. We must strive to reunite migrant children who have been separated from their family, except when this is not in the child's best interest. Once they reach their destination, what's needed is, quote, the protection of the fundamental rights of children so that they can grow up, receive schooling, be helped and supported so as not to live in the grip of hunger and violence. This is a quotation from Pope Francis's speech at the Bahrain Forum recently at the beginning of this month. But some host countries lack the resources. Others choose to prevent or delay access to education for newcomers. Additionally, migrants and refugees usually lack the free movement needed to take advantage of education opportunities. The results are children not integrating into the local community and not rebuilding their lives. Transitioning to adult life is a challenge for all young people, and foreign minors often struggle with this transition. At the conclusion of the Conference on Initiatives in Refugee and Migrant Education from September 2022, the Holy Father, Pope Francis, emphasized 3 areas of contribution: research, calling upon the need for further studies on the so-called right not to emigrate; teaching, applauding commitments to establish and continue educational programs that benefit refugees; and finally, social promotion. Pope Francis pointed out that migrants and refugees need to be welcomed, accompanied, promoted, and integrated. To this end, the Pope invited schools and universities to educate their students about migration and create welcoming communities for newcomers. Stimulated by the continuous appeals of Pope Francis, many church entities have poured great effort into assisting foreign minors. The Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development constantly organizes consultations with the local churches to learn about their experience and their best practices for helping migrants and refugees. This year, we have been inspired by the theme chosen by the Pope, building the future with migrants and refugees. During consultations in various regions, talk often turned to the key role of young migrants and refugees in building a future together. Involving young migrants and refugees in local life right away recognizes them as protagonists and promotes their dignity. There are many reception and integration facilities managed by dioceses, parishes, or Catholic associations. Their service is a tangible expression, as Rabbi Diseni said, an action of the Church's maternal love for the little ones by giving them somewhere safe to eat, a home if unaccompanied, access to education and medical care. Another critical service is to listen to children, to provide a safe and comfortable space to express themselves and to deal with their trauma. Finally, different organizations are advocating for the right to family reunification and offering concrete assistance in this regard. The Cardinal concludes with the word together. Joint and coordinated action is needed in countries of origin, transit, and destination. Governments, organizations, and institutions, both religious and civil, must exchange information, dialogue, and cooperate so as to create transnational protection and assistance networks aiming at guaranteeing integral human development for children, who are our future and our hope. That's the words of Cardinal Czerny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Zollner, for delivering that statement that made us think about what the world is facing right now in this context. So thank you very much. We have one more speaker, and it's in a video. Gillian Triggs, who is the director of the Agency for Refugees, UNHCR. She could not be with us today, but we will be hearing her on the screen, right, Ornella? Okay.
On behalf of the United Nations Refugee Agency, may I say how honoured we are to be part of this symposium for prayer and action. For it's particularly important that we come together as religious and spiritual leaders, as local faith communities and child rights practitioners from around the world, along with the UN Refugee Agency, to respond to our common responsibility to protect children and youths who've been forcibly displaced. We're very honoured to work in partnership with Religions for Peace, with them we have created the Multi-Religious Council of Leaders to advise the High Commissioner for Refugees and the agency. And we hope that that will strengthen efforts from religious leaders to address the root causes of the refugee crisis we have at the moment. And may I especially recognise Dr. Azza Karam, the Secretary General of Religions for Peace, and members of the Multi-Religious Council of Leaders, His Excellency Judge Mohammed Abdel Salam and His Excellency Metropolitan Emmanuel. Well, let me begin, if I may, with some very sad realities. The scale of forced displacement is truly staggering. By June this year, 103 million people we assess are in need of international protection. They've been forced from their homes and villages, and they're displaced, mainly in their own countries, but of course many millions across national boundaries. But of immediate relevance to this symposium is the fact that 41% of those displaced are children and youths. Overwhelmingly, young people and their families are displaced by conflict, violence, criminal intimidation. But the root causes remain the same and possibly have done for millennia: poverty, inequality, discrimination, persecution, and increasingly natural disasters and climate change. We know from more than 70 years' experience with the UN Refugee Agency that children who've been forcibly moved are much more vulnerable to breaches of their core human rights, including separation from their families, schools, and communities. They're vulnerable to neglect, violence, exploitation and abuse, and all the deprivations that arise through loss of family livelihoods, psychosocial distress, and various forms of discrimination. The UN Refugee Agency recognizes the unique role that faith communities and interfaith collaboration can play in the protection of children's dignity and of their rights. Faith and faith-based communities give children and their families solace, concrete support, the ability to be more resilient, and of course to retain hope. They can promote core values of humanity and respect, values that are so especially important in these very troubled times of conflict. This symposium builds on the long tradition of protection for children by faith-based communities who are committed to the idea of welcoming the stranger. Indeed, earlier this year, I took part in an event with some of you in Geneva to explore what we mean by welcoming the stranger. I believe that this phrase is a value that we can accept across all cultures and religions, and it's proved vital in the response to the war in Ukraine or the diaspora of so many millions from Venezuela, where we know that the EU and Colombia, respectively, have offered a welcome that includes the right to work and education for children and access to health care. Given the unprecedented scale of the global displacement and protection crisis, and to ensure concrete international responses to the humanitarian needs, including through the UN Refugee Agency, we need to develop partnerships with grassroots faith-based groups. Local faith groups are often the first responders. They're the first to be able to provide support to displaced children and their families. And the international community needs to recognize and support these local initiatives. For example, on the border between Ukraine and Moldova, faith-based networks set up tents virtually immediately at the start of the war in Ukraine to provide a safe place for refugee families and children to rest, to get warm, to receive a hot meal, to charge their phones, and to get vital information on their next steps and moral and spiritual support to continue their journeys in safety. The protection work for UNHCR is set out in the Global Compact on Refugees. The compact is not legally binding, it's written in quite simple language, and it's a commitment by the United Nations, by NGOs, by civil society, cities, mayors, local governments, scholars, to one very simple principle, and that is to share equitably the responsibility for caring for refugees. And the compact expressly recognizes faith communities as being very well placed to protect refugees and to find solutions to end their plight. Faith communities can also assist in addressing root causes of displacement through conflict prevention, reconciliation, peace-building efforts, and most importantly, social cohesion. So UNHCR recognizes the protection of children as central to our work for people who've been forcibly displaced. And this event is very timely to identify those concrete ways that faith-based communities can identify their priorities to protect those children we care for so much. So what in practice can faith-based communities do to protect these children? And one very obvious point is that because they're on the ground, in urban areas, in the suburban areas, and in rural and isolated areas, they are able to respond quickly in a crisis and to ensure that children are reached. They know the local context. They understand the cultural sensitivities, and they can build on local networks to support positive social values, but especially the inclusion of displaced children in education to support their families and to support the cohesion of those local communities. Faith-based organizations can also fulfill the spiritual needs of people that they serve and use a faith approach to delivering psychosocial support and counselling for child survivors of violence. As frontline service providers, faith organisations often know which other services are available at the community level and can then coordinate the referral services to advise families on how to assess them. But perhaps I can conclude, if I may, by coming back to the idea of welcoming the stranger, because I think it's such an important idea that we can all understand, and one that at the UN Refugee Agency we very particularly understand. And we think that faith organisations, particularly at local levels, are wonderful advocates for that core idea of welcoming the stranger among their communities. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing more about your discussions.
I just wish to say how grateful we are at Arigato International to have the collaboration of UNHCR, and that's something that we value and appreciate very much. We have an ambitious program still for the rest of the day, so the next thing on our agenda is for all of you to please come down here in the front, and we're going to have a group photo, and then from there we're going to have a quick coffee break. But please, the group photo first. And while we're getting assembled here for the group photo, I'd like to mention that tomorrow we will be at the Curia. It's on the program. We will be in a different venue. Many of you will be going in buses from the hotels. But those of you who are in Rome and live in Rome, I ask you to please join us, because tomorrow we have a beautiful morning and planned for you, including an interfaith service that I think should inspire everyone. So, coffee break, and then we continue with World Vision's panel, and I see Amanda here, who's going to be the moderator for that next session.
When we started that journey, I see so many familiar faces in the room. I said, why do we need so much evidence? You know, we have faith. That's always my joke with myself. We don't need evidence, we have faith. But it turns out policymakers do like evidence, and we, of course, like our interventions to be evidence-based. We created an action plan with 3 key pillars. The continuum of care, child protection and its associated interventions for children on the move, combating xenophobia and easing the way, welcoming the stranger for immigrants, refugees, displaced children, wherever they may land or be transiting through. As well as working together, of course, working together as a coalition, and also the spiritual support of children on the move as a source of real resilience. So the Faith Action for Children on the Move Coalition also made a pledge at the Global Refugee Forum to carry forward that action together. And so many of our organizations, our constituencies, our families that are interlinked have been working on this together over the past 4 years. But who could have known 4 years ago what was facing us, what was coming down the line? I, since then, have moved into the humanitarian sector of World Vision. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself at all. I've had about 6 of those little teeny tiny espresso cups of coffee this morning. I'm Amanda Rives. I'm a senior director working in humanitarian action on World Vision. But 4 years ago, I was working with all of you very closely on the Faith Action for Children on the Move. And since then, we see children facing the 4 C's, what many of us are calling the 4 C's: entrenched conflict, the continued economic impacts of COVID-19, the climate crisis, and now that 4th C, rising costs. We've seen the cost of food, fertilizer, and fuel skyrocket. And I dare to say, when we're looking at 100 million displaced children and their families around the world, that number is only going to increase. And we know that faith actors, communities of faith, faith-inspired NGOs have been on the front line of this work since their inception. This morning's history points and touch points was so emotive to me to think back to our roots and how communities of faith have been on the front lines of this for so long. So anyway, I generally, in my new role, talk about how terrible the world is and how we need to do something about it. I'm very happy that I have a fantastic panel of experts here today who are going to bring lots and lots of wisdom and insight. to our dialogue. Let me introduce them. Kirsten Muth. Let me go with her first. Kirsten is the Chief Executive Officer of the Joint Learning Initiative on Faith in Local Communities, which we all know and love. They've been a really fantastic partner in this journey. She has worked for different organizations like Episcopal Relief and Development, Church World Services. She's worked in more than 40 countries and has focused on gender-based violence prevention and the response of faith actors. So thank you so much, Kirsten. Andrea Kaufman, to the furthest there, to my right, needs no other introduction than being my co-conspirator at World Vision. She is the Global Director of Faith and Development. She has experience in so many different sectors and is extremely passionate about the role of faith and faith actors in development and humanitarian work. She's also the co-convener of the Faith Action for Children on the Move Coalition. Dan Kirk-Biswas is the co-founder and co-director of Pharos. That is an organization founded in 2014 to provide safety and holistic support to unaccompanied children and refugee youth in Greece. They do fantastic work. I've seen it myself. Dan, I think, is one of the people who will really bring that frontline experience as well to our dialogue. Sheikh Ibrahim Latome is an expert in Islamic law, administrator, community mobilizer. He holds multiple degrees from multiple universities, and I would say personally, I've learned so much from Sheikh Ibrahim in the spaces that we have shared around the Arigatus table and others, and just brings so much insight and wisdom to these discussions. And finally, the other Amanda this morning, Amanda Melville, is our senior advisor, the senior advisor for child protection at UNHCR in Geneva, with over 20 years of experience with international organizations as well as NGOs, Search for Common Ground. She has also worked extensively in the Middle East and North Africa, throughout Asia, and is also my neighbor in Geneva, we just found out, which was kind of fun. That's what happens when you move internationally during COVID. You don't actually meet anyone until you settle in. Okay, that is enough of me. We have a great panel here today. So panel, let me kick us off with our first question. How have children's experiences of being on the move, of forced displacement, of being uprooted, impacted your work or your personal journey? Let me start with Dan, please.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello. So I wanted to give a personal account how the voices of unaccompanied children led me to get engaged with this work. I am Danish, Indian, came to Greece in 2012 with my wife as a part of our last project for university. I have a background in public health. Patricia's a sociologist. And we came to do our last thesis around children on the move. And we're really heartbroken about what we saw and what we encountered there at that point. We interviewed about 104 unaccompanied youth, children, who were living in one of the biggest parks of Athens at that time, and saw that a large number of them, 25% of them, did not know any organizations, did not know where to go for help. And we saw, boys down to 13, 14 years old who had been victim of abuse, exploitation, youth that were selling sex just to get a little money to survive. So those were some of the things that really broke and really touched me in a very special way. And I think I was also surprised in many ways. I think you know what to expect when you are, I think just shocked of seeing this inside Europe. So this led us on a journey. We went back home to Denmark, but it kept growing, and the needs of these children, these youth, kept growing on our hearts. And we came back to Greece that following year, started to work with kids on the street, seeing how we could link them to help in the city. We started a football school, a soccer academy, building relationships, building friendships with these youth. That grew into Fathers the following year with support from churches in Denmark and churches in Greece. We established Fathers to be a place of support and hope for these children. So Fathers means lighthouse in Greek, and that's really the hope for us, that we can give care, support, but also be a place of hope for these children, seeing them one by one and walking with them in their hand along their journey. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. It's quite inspiring. Thank you. Sheikh Ibrahim, would you like to share a bit of your story?
Yeah, thank you very much, Amanda. The plight of children on the move and the impact on me personally, and also for the organization that I work for. I belong to the school of thought that advocates for the fact that religion is not just about going to heaven. And I want to convert all of you here, those of you who are not converted. Religion is about making this world a better place before we go to heaven. And I would like to quote the late Muhammad Ali on his tombstone. I was just sharing with a friend. I've just made a friend now, Dr. Harman from ADRA, just now. I was sharing with her something that is written on the tombstone of Muhammad Ali's grave. It says, service to others is the rent you pay for a room in heaven. And I want all of us to work for that room here in this world. So personally, when I look at the children on the move and their plight, I think about my own children. And I imagine what those children have been denied because of our undoings as human beings. So the impact also has been, I've been looking deeper into my religious teachings about why there is a lot of emphasis about thinking about others. And just to quote one of the sayings of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said, none of you is a true believer until you love for others what you love for yourselves. So that is how it has impacted me. Again, it has made me now even leave my legal practice because I'm a lawyer, and Dr. Mustafa knows what we have been doing together in Kenya and elsewhere, is how can we use religion, which unfortunately has been misused by some people. In the name of religion, we've seen violent extremism. In the name of religion, people have bombed buildings and killed innocent people. In the name of religion, children have been orphaned, women have been widowed, people have been displaced. So we decided, why can't we use the same religion, but in a proper way, to counter what people are justifying using religion. And that's why, for the last 10 years, our main work is to use religious teachings to counter what violent extremists do, come up with alternative religious narratives that promote peaceful coexistence, that promote accepting diversity as a reality from God. And one question that I've been asking people, and I want to ask all of you here, for those of us who believe that we all came from one human being, one mother, one father, what tribe was Adam? What color was Adam? What about the wife? A human being. Okay, we believe that God is able. Why is it that God made us so diverse in color, even in religion? And even in the Quran, I've found so many verses in the Quran that says, if God so wished, He would have made you one community. وَلَوْ شَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَجَعَلَكُمْ أُمَّةً وَاحِدًا. So it is the wish of God that you are together. So the impact on me is that diversity, whether religious, racial, gender, is supposed to be a strength, an asset, and not a liability, and not a weakness. So that is my message today. Embrace diversity and address the root causes. Why is it that these children have been displaced? because we are unable to resolve our conflicts amicably, because we are unable to share resources equitably. So that is the impact in short. Just because of time, back to you, Amanda.
Thank you, Sheikh Ibrahim. Kirsten, could you share with us a little bit about your journey?
Right, thank you, and for this opportunity. And I want to share a vignette. Before I started working in the evidence space, I was in the world of programming. And I want to go back to the 1990s, to an indelible moment in my experience during the time of the conflicts in the Mana River Basin in West Africa. And I want to share 3 experiences over those years. One being encountering a child who had lost his limb, a 4-year-old child who had had his arm amputated. And that was a time when children were being conscripted as child soldiers. And the program that was receiving these children and restoring them and healing them was run by churches, specifically the National Council of Churches of Sierra Leone. But I will never forget meeting that child and experiencing the opportunity for children to play and the artwork that they were doing and all of that. Later on that trip, I also had the opportunity to watch another program of the National Council of Churches, which was a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I want to bookend those things because I think it's really important to remember that the work of faith actors has to do with receiving, welcoming, responding, resettling, reconciling. It's the whole holistic picture. I think faith actors really uniquely bring that face to the work that they do. And I also want to just, within the same context of the Mana River Basin, I want to share a story of being an observer in a refugee resettlement interview process, where a child of a family had just turned 18, and as a result of that was no longer going to be allowed to travel with the family as they moved on in their resettlement process. And I raise that just to bring back to our lives, to remember that sometimes our policies and frameworks may not be. They need sometimes to have some spaces for contestation and negotiation, and that faith actors need space to be able to contest and negotiate the spaces of international frameworks that may not just specifically in terms of resettlement policy, but just in terms of how local faith actors are enabled to or allowed to work from their frameworks using their vocabularies, how they frame humanitarian principles, so that we're having some kind of a dialogue on those responses. So I just wanted in my personal experience to show the whole spectrum of ways that faith actors are responding, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kirsten. I think our personal stories, our journeys, and the children and the children's voices who have impacted us and brought us to this point in our professional or personal career and journey are so important to reflect on, because they're the kinds of things that keeps us going when things get quite difficult and seem insurmountable. I do want to let the audience know, I do hope to have a round of questions and comments, so please be noting down your thoughts and reflections. I'll move to our next question. Our next question for the panel is, how can faith-informed practices or faith communities themselves respond to the unique needs of children on the move through programs and policy? Let me kick it off with Amanda.
Yes, thanks. So as UNHCR, we have obviously around the world, we have a lot of programs to, sorry, is that a little better? Yeah, we have a huge offices all around the world working in partnership with governments, with faith-based communities, with NGOs to protect children. And we had done a review to look at what is the evidence base in terms of the programs that actually are shown to make a difference in terms of protecting children. And I was, in preparation for this, I was going through and looking at these 5 strategies, evidence-based strategies, and asked my colleagues, can you give me examples of faith-based communities and partners working on this with us? And what we found is every single one of those evidence-based strategies, faith-based communities have been key partners for UNHCR in delivering those strategies. So we feel that as UNHCR, it's extremely important to validate and amplify the work of faith-based communities in protecting children. I just want to give you a couple of those concrete examples where we've seen faith-based actors taking the leadership in terms of the frontline work, but also in terms of policy and advocacy to protect. Because what we've seen in the field is that we need not only the frontline, service provisions to be there with refugee children, with forcibly displaced children, but you also need to hold our authorities and even the UN accountable for making sure that we deliver on the promise of our responsibilities that were so eloquently highlighted by the CRC committee member. So one area that is child protection system strengthening. Concretely, what does that, and solutions. So concretely, what does that mean? We've seen, for instance, my colleague UNHCR in Italy has been telling me about the role of the faith-based actors here as partners to really support, solutions for children within the European context, ensuring humanitarian corridors, for instance, and solutions from North Africa to Italy in order to be able to give solutions for refugee children. Another example was, another example is speaking out about, the importance of simplifying and expediting family reunification procedures. We know that around the world it takes way too long for unaccompanied children to be reunified with their families. So as faith-based actors, putting pressure on the governments to simplify and streamline those procedures to get children back with their families, we've seen that as a huge contribution for faith-based actors. And then in terms of the provision of child protection services, I was really struck when I asked, just my colleagues, so can you give me some examples of when we as UNHCR have worked with faith-based NGOs in actually providing case management services, providing services, alternative care for unaccompanied children, and the list is so long I can't even read it to you. I have it all here. World Vision leading the Alliance for Child Protection and Humanitarian Action, Caritas working with us in providing child protection services in Mauritania, South Sudan, the Lutheran Foundation. So the list goes on and on. I won't bore you with all of the details, but it really struck me how faith-based actors are actually providing those child protection services in so many settings. The next area that is really important, and I think we've spoken to that, is actually, families can't protect children if they are desperately poor and unable to meet their basic needs met. So faith-based actors have been on the front line in providing, material support, financial support to refugee families. So that's really important. And then just to kind of to wrap up, I think one of the most powerful ways we've seen faith-based actors work with us in partnership is really on addressing some of these sensitive social norms. For instance, UNHCR and UNFPA work closely with Yazidi faith-based leaders on reintegration of Yazidi women fled from ISIS. Really playing that leadership role that these are our community and it's our responsibility to take them back. That was only the Yazidi faith-based leaders who could play that role. They were the only people who could do that. Also, we worked very well with some of the religious leaders in Malaysia in terms of ending child marriage. among the Rohingya, because that has been a practice that had previously existed but been exacerbated by displacement and the poverty and fears. And it was the religious leaders there, with the support of UNHCR, who were actually able to take a stand and say, no, this is not part of our community, it's not part of our faith. It was not UNHCR who had the legitimacy to do that, it was the faith-based leaders. So we really see that around the world, it is essential for us to recognize and be in a supportive role to the work that faith-based leaders are taking.
Thank you, Matt. I think those are really concrete examples, and I think, at least from
were a family who had left Vietnam as refugees. And I had a good playmate, good friend, who was constantly being called inside. And I feel like it was just interrupting our playtime on a regular basis. And so finally I asked her, why do you always have to go inside? And she said, well, this time I was on the phone with the doctor. And I said, what? Can't your mom and dad do that? Or can't your mom and dad do that for you? And she said, no, I have to do that for my mom and dad. And even as a little kid, I recognized that there was some way in which she was having to take on adult responsibilities in a way that I didn't. And these things, in retrospect, I look back and I read in my various experiences, because these things have been echoed through conversations with the 17-year-old teenager who's in a refugee family trying to decide, are they going to finish school when they turn 18, or are they going to drop out in order to get a job to help support their family because they have the best English skills. And as my 5-year-old friend was translating for her parents, she was involved in these adult conversations about health issues and challenges. And I think the burdens that children on the move feel are tremendous. And one of the things that has taught me is the essential nature of listening to children, to listening to their experiences, helping us to understand what the burdens are that they're feeling, because so much of that is just invisible. And so I think it also has kind of put a lifelong fire in me to demand and work tirelessly so that children, I think it was Cardinal Zerni's comment, mental health challenges go through the roof for all populations, but particularly refugees and displaced children. World Vision did a study in 2021 that in the group of children surveyed, 70% expressed some sort of moderate to severe mental health challenges. And it was rooted in the burdens of financial care, the concerns about health, the fact their parents didn't have jobs, like just so many things that they feel and experience that really they shouldn't have to. And so I think as we think about what is the role of faith actors in helping to provide that mental health and psychosocial support, Amanda talked about spiritual resilience as a form of, or spiritual support as a form of resilience. And I think we have many examples, which we may get into, of faith actors providing that faith-sensitive support and mental health support. So, thanks.
Thank you, Andrea, for sharing a bit of our studies, our surveys that we try to do regularly with children, and for reminding me not to ask my children so regularly to translate in French for me, because they're much better at it now than I am. Yeah, I'd like to turn back to Dan, because your journey and what you're doing in Greece has seen such influxes of refugees and migrants with such incredible needs and urgent needs. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing with programs?
Is it on? Yeah, good. So we try to work and to support unaccompanied children and youth holistically, both in terms of what we do, but also our approach to doing it. So we right from the street to to also on the other end when they turn 18. So we have an outreach project, a street work team that identifies homeless children right when when they arrive to Athens. That's connected to our, we have a drop-in center, which is an open door in the center of the city, close to one of the main metro stations where many of the refugees are, where they can come in, get rest, get a shower, wash their clothes, but also just have, you know, care in a safe environment, have a game of ping pong, air hockey. So creating that, I think we need to go back also to see that, you know, it's also, you know, normal kids, but who are in unnormal circumstances. So also, you know, coming back to this, that, you know, finding that and giving them that space. Then we have a shelter, which is a home for 24 boys between right now from 13 up to 18, which is a home for them. Some we have for shorter time while they wait to be family reunified, which we also support them with. Others we have for several years up to they are 18 years old. Then we work on education, non-formal education, which is one of the big needs also. So I think we need to remember that these are crucial formative years for in any person's life. I think if we think for all of us, if you take the years from when you're 14 to 16, and you know, imagine yourself being on the move, we try to see how we can help these youth also with their education. Here we've started a project in collaboration with MIT, which focuses on what is called creative capacity building, where we teach these youth vocational skills. But even more important, we try to empower them, give them hope back in the future. Then the last thing that we do is, and then I'll stop. One of the big gaps is when these youth are turning 18. So there's this magical date. I think, you know, for most young people that turn 18, then that's a fantastic day. You know, you can get your driver's license, you can vote, you're independent. For the youth that we have, this is not a particular happy day. This is a day where they lose many of the privilege that they also have. So this is one of the areas that we are also addressing. We have a semi-independent program to help youth transition into adulthood. We're looking into seeing how can we partner with companies to provide work opportunities for these youth, to give them work experience. So, and then I think that's kind of the holistic service provision. But then most of all, we try to meet these kids, these young people holistically, seeing that, you know, a person doesn't only need physical needs or emotional needs, but it requires of a whole person. I will come back to the spiritual needs also, but also meeting these persons, these boys, girls individually and one by one.
No, thank you, Dan. Thank you for making it so vivid, you know, what that programming looks like on a daily basis. I bet it's a lot of fun too, right? Are you taking volunteers? Anybody ready to volunteer at Faro's this summer? I might
long-term volunteers. If you want to come for a year, then
I can imagine you guys do a wonderful job and have a lot of fun doing it.
So it's also you know, there's so much also opportunities. I think, you know, the narrative also, I think also seeing how can we, there's so much potential in these youth. You know, they have the world in front of them, but they need support.
Absolutely.
And there's also,
Absolutely. Thank you. Let me turn back to Kirsten on the evidence. We've heard, you know, a good vivid example of what that looks like. Could you touch on, the question responding to the unique needs of children on the move from the faith-informed practice and faith-based organizations?
Yeah, I think, and as Amanda said earlier, there's a very large body of evidence now on the role of faith actors. That's increasingly widely accepted, and I applaud both UNHCR and UNICEF for the faith partnerships that they've engaged in. I know we are a part of something called the Faith and Positive Change for Children with UNICEF and Religions for Peace. I know that the UNHCR has supported many of the examples that are in the case studies that we've developed for Faith Action for Children on the Move, which is a meeting that happened just yesterday following up on the 2018 event that Amanda, the first Amanda on my far left, there's two Amandas, talked about that happened in 2018. At that point, the Joint Learning Initiative had developed 3 evidence briefs for that, which we have now updated and are available, I believe, this week. And those 3 evidence briefs focus on responding to the needs of children on the move, which is the whole continuum of care. One evidence brief focuses on the mental health and spiritual well-being of children, and the third one addresses peace building and countering discrimination. And as I mentioned in my, as I started, I think it's really important to acknowledge that faith actors are working as much with countering the causes of what displacement is being caused by, as much as they are in responding and reconciling with the situations that they're facing. I wanted to mention, following on Andrea's point about children's responsibility, there's an example in Honduras of the Mennonites, a program that Mennonites have organized where children who are being returned to Honduras who have not been able to successfully relocate are being returned to Honduras with personal narratives of stigma and discrimination that are very harmful. And so this program set out, sort of following along the lines of liberation theology, to work with the children on rebuilding their narratives, rewriting their stories, and really working through with them what the causes of inequality are, what the structural reasons for the situations that created the need for them to try to make a different life, such that they begin to see themselves in a story where they can feel some sense of empowerment. And I think those kinds of personal trajectories are really the way, just as Dan was saying, the way that faith actors create opportunities for children to rewrite their stories. In the evidence space, what we're interested in more and more is hearing from children and having children inform the conversation. And I would mention the recent report from UNICEF on reimagining migration, I believe it's called, where there's a series of consultations with children, and in a number of instances they claim over and over again their reliance on faith leaders as the first go-to, more than state, and we know that, but there's where the evidence, I think, falls short is that some of our monitoring and evaluation frameworks are still not faith sensitive. Our evidence still tends to be fragmented, and there's a lack of there needs to be more evidence from the perspective of local faith actors. And for that reason, I think initiatives like Welcoming the Stranger, who just recently, earlier this year, convened a conference where they brought in a wide range of faith actors from around the world, and following up with those faith actors through learning spaces where they create their own evidence agendas. Because evidence is not an end in itself. Evidence is just continuing the question. Evidence should always lead to other questions, and it should be a learning tool. And we should be looking for other forms and formats for evidence as well. So I think for us at the Joint Learning Initiative, we're investing a lot in these regional learning spaces. I would also just mention, I think there's always the juxtaposition of the local and the global. And, there's been a tremendous amount of guidance, documents that have been developed, and so on and so forth. And I would just sort of challenge us all to be accountable to the guidance documents that we create. It's very easy, the more global you become, the more there is a tendency to begin to instrumentalize faith actors again. And so that's always sort of a push and pull between wanting faith actors to implement global frameworks and paradigms, but at the same time making sure that we maintain, and that's what many of these guidance documents speak to, maintain the ability to negotiate within those spaces and the ability to bring in faith language and other ways of discussing the issues. So I would just sort of stop by saying, as much as we have evidence that informs best practice is not universal. Global paradigms always need to be balanced with local realities.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Kirsten. I think that the local contextual issues is so important that we keep returning to it. You know, you mentioned Honduras. Honduras is a context that I know quite well. I've spent years in Honduras. My husband's from Honduras. We go there regularly. And you made me reflect on the interconnectedness and the networks of faith actors. You know, in Honduras, you have a lot of internal displacement and external displacement due to violence, right? To organized crimes, to criminal gangs, and you have internal displacement of children and youth. And often those children and youth are connected and supported in another community because the priests or the pastors or the other faith communities are talking to each other and supporting children to move within the country. So yeah, just another part, I think, of the faith ecosystem that we don't always immediately see as we're working, you know, with structured programs and different kinds of fundings. Okay, I have one more question for the panelists, and then I do want to turn to the audience. So, everyone here today is committed. I mean, we know this is urgent. We've met multiple times. The context is getting worse. I feel like I'm such a doomsday speaker lately because all I talk about is conflict and climate change and rising costs. But I do think we need to be prepared as faith actors with our evidence, with our action. We have a wonderful draft joint statement, a call to action that we are all going to rally behind, endorse, and operationalize, I'm sure. I'm very excited about it. I think it's fantastic. So the question to the panelists, from your perspective, what are the key actions or opportunities you see for the greatest investment now that we can do together collectively and in our own organizations and congregations? Let me start with Sheikh Ibrahim. I think he's going to have the most powerful call to action. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Talking about the opportunities, let me give you the story of the lion as the king of the jungle. I'm from Africa, so the lion is the king of the jungle. But it is not the strongest animal there. The buffalo is stronger, the elephant is bigger, the cheetah is faster, the giraffe is taller. But why is it that the other animals do not realize their strength? It is because they have not exploited the strength that they have. Why am I saying that? The power of religion. In Kenya, or the part of the world I come from, during elections, all the powerful politicians ran to the religious leaders, to the pastor, to the bishop, to the rabbi for prayers. I call that the power of religion. So for me, I see an opportunity in the power of religion to make the world a better place for the children. Religion is very emotive. Religion, we use it, of course, positively. Religion to many people is unquestionable. I'm not saying we should not question, we should question, but we know to a large extent when somebody is told that this is what God wants you to do, they will listen, they will take action without asking. Again, religion promises reward beyond this world. So for me, there lies the power of religion, and we have tested it. The government of Kenya came with laws to address violent extremism, which of course is directly and indirectly impacting on children. Many children have been displaced because of violent extremism. Of course, the administrative organs of the government also used the gun because they thought this is a security issue. We developed a religious-oriented approach using religion to address this problem. It is working, and the evidence is there. So for me, this is an opportunity using the power of religion to talk against ideologies that create conflict, ideologies that do not embrace diversity, ideologies that do not want to see the religious other or the person who is different from you. So for me, this is an opportunity. It is also an opportunity, and we've used it effectively, and Dr. Mustafa is here, he will tell you, to lobby duty bearers. We have been able to lobby the government and regional organizations that you have a duty. Because the problem we have today is not lack of policies. We have treaties, we have legal framework, administrative frameworks to address the plight of children and other people who are displaced. Where is the problem? Implementation. So I see myself as a religious leader having a very powerful tool to lobby duty bearers. Can you implement the laws? Can you be true to the treaties that you have signed? I have also the tool to identify other partners, because this is not something that you can hope to effectively deal with alone. You need to identify strategic partners and the role that each partner will play in addressing this. So for me, I see this as an opportunity, and the growing interfaith movement in the world today. I am an active member of my Interreligious Council of Kenya at the African level, and sometimes Major Dana invites us for Interfaith Alliance. I believe this is an opportunity also that people have agreed that we have a lot in common. We have a lot of common values. Every religion is talking about the rights of children. For me, this is an opportunity that we can exploit for the good of the children. Finally, because I might not get another opportunity, in my passport, Rebecca, I've already written my commitment. My commitment is this: invite the stranger, welcome the stranger. And I was inspired by a verse in the Quran. Please, when you get a chance, read that verse. It is in Surah At-Tawbah, chapter 9, verse 6. It says, and I quote in Arabic, وَإِنْ أَحَدٌ مِّنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ اسْتَجَارَكَ فَأَجِّرْهُ حَتَّى يَسْمَعَ كَلَامَ اللَّهِ ثُمَّ أَبْلِغْهُ مَأْمَنَهُ. I'll translate, because only Dana got that directly. If one of the idol worshippers, and now this is talking to a person whose religion, you should not care about their religion, their race, their color, their gender. A person seeks help from you. You just look at the humanity and help that person. Give them refuge. And when they want to go, don't tell them the door is there. Carry your cross and go. ثُمَّ أَبْلِغْهُ مَأْمَنَهُ. Give him safe passage. Make sure he's safe. And for me, that is welcoming the stranger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shirley. Who from, there's such a good panel, I was noticing. No one's like, Amanda, I want to speak. They're being so orderly. Who else would like to pick up this question on the panel? One or two actions that we can take now. Please, Andrea.
Amanda referenced in the opening the 2018 action plan, and so I think building on that action plan that many of us kind of signed on to and are acting out, and then also aligning with the Global Compact, which calls out the unique and essential role that faith actors can and do have for children. I think what we really want to do as all sectors is support those local faith actors who are doing the work in three critical areas. That means that we need to resource, we need to support, we need to learn from, we need to amplify the voices and tell the stories so that we can do more together. And in three key areas. One is looking at strengthening that continuum of care for child protection support. Jillian Triggs emphasized that trust-building role that faith actors have, the ability to build bridges between local organizations and governments and even institutions that some of the international organizations don't know about, as well as with the families and the children themselves. So we need to do work to do that. Second, we need to provide spiritual support as a form of resilience for children. This is something faith actors everywhere are doing already. And so thinking about how do we support them, how do we add capacity in more technical psychosocial support kind of skills for faith actors, I think is a huge opportunity. And then finally, building peace, welcoming the stranger, essentially, as my brother said so well. Just thinking about how do we build peace and social cohesion to combat that, the xenophobia and the racism and the fear that people have. And I think faith actors, again, are already doing that. I think Pope Francis was quoted at some point as talking about the importance of welcoming, accompanying, promoting, and integrating children. And I think as people of faith, that's an opportunity that we have to join in.
Kirsten?
I'll just follow up on that a little bit also as well. I think faith actors will always do everything. They are holistic in their nature, but this whole concept of psychosocial and spiritual care is really important, and there's, studies have shown, a particular study in Central America, sort of showed that spirituality can be nurtured in day-to-day activities. But there was a quote in this report that I want to just conclude my comments in, because I think it struck me, and that is spirituality is fostered when ordinary things are approached in a way that makes them extraordinary.
Amanda?
You go first?
Oh, yeah. No, I think just going back on saying how important it is to meet children and youth holistically and seeing that spirituality is also a part of the whole being. One of the projects that we have been working on in the last years is to see how do unaccompanied children cope with migration-related stressors, and there we've just seen that there's multiple coping strategies, but a main one that has emerged is religious coping, where that represents something familiar to these youth in an unfamiliar context, and also creating a sense of meaning, but also comfort in their situation, and holding on to that gives them some sort of control in their circumstances. Also just seeing how I think often we lack a language to support them in that, but also putting that forward as an important point for also practitioners to meet them in that.
Yeah, maybe as UNHCR I can just say maybe three things. The first one is that we have existing platforms that have a lot of tools where we exchange experience, and we would welcome those of you who are in the faith-based communities to also join us in those spaces. It's our commitment to localization. Hopefully we can put up a PowerPoint slide, I'm looking at Maria, that has some of those spaces, but for instance in the Alliance for Child Protection and Humanitarian Action, in UNHCR's own community-based community of practice, we really welcome you to join us in those spaces and contribute your expertise and your contributions. We recognize the importance of having this space dedicated for faith-based actors, but we really want to invite you to also come and contribute your expertise in those other spaces, and we would welcome that. The second thing is just to say that as UNHCR, we are building up to the Global Refugee Forum in 2023. And we would welcome the faith-based actors' commitment to mobilize in preparation for that. And we would welcome contributions in three different areas. First, as UNHCR, I think we need to do better at recognizing and amplifying the work of faith-based actors as part of our localization agenda and making that visible. Often it's invisible. Secondly, we would encourage and support, we stand ready to support faith-based actors in taking action in the lead up to the GRF in your own communities to speak out on these issues. And thirdly, to hold the governments, to advocate and support the governments in their own commitments as they build up. We know that governments are going to come in 2023 making new commitments, and we really feel that faith-based actors have a unique advocacy role, both to mobilize their own actors as well as to encourage governments, and specifically on these issues of the protection of children. We know that too often these issues are unfortunately overlooked, and we know that your voice is really important in raising those issues to the highest level of authorities in the build-up to this. So we look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. I think those are really concrete examples that also link very much to Sheikh Ibrahim's recognition of holding duty bearers to account. So I think you have us on board. We're ready for the next round of pledging and mobilization in the lead up to the GRF. So let me turn to the audience. It's been a long morning. You've been patient. Hopefully you've been inspired. Hopefully you feel called to action. Thoughts, reflections, anything you'd like to share? And questions, of course, for the panelists. I think, do we have mics? Or should people come up? Do we have microphones? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, please, sister. There we go. We have a mic.
Thank you. I'd like to just react on to the last word of Amanda, which touched me. I coordinate project of CRS working with children in South Africa region, West Africa region, and East African region. I'd like to confirm what she has said. With the faith actors in one of the country, we advocated for the government to increase money for the well-being of children, right from the womb until that early age. And they sat in parliament and they increased the money. So I'd like to say faith-based actors, let's not shy away. Let's put the government into task. The money is there for these children so that they grow holistically. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Yes, we have a question here. This one right here.
Padre Abdurad, GNRC Libano. Vedo che noi stiamo parlando solo di un lato. I bambini, per salvarli dal movimento, bisogna salvarli dall'immigrazione. Parliamo troppo di accogliere, ospitare. Ma perché non parliamo di aiutare i bambini nella loro terra? Io non ho sentito nessuno che vuole aiutare questi bambini nella loro terra. Questo è molto importante, non lasciare i bambini che siano in movimento. Questa è la cosa che dobbiamo cercare di assicurare ai bambini, perché l'identità è nella propria terra. La pace la vogliamo fare nella propria terra. L'economia la vogliamo fare nella propria terra. Se no, tutto il mondo resta in movimento. E il mondo continua, purtroppo, a andare verso un lato negativo. Dunque, molto importante aiutare i bambini, le famiglie nella loro terra. Un'altra cosa, quando parliamo di comunità di fede, faith communities, cioè in contraddizione a che cosa? Non contraddizione, ma di fronte a che cosa? Quando dico per esempio musulmano, penso al cristiano. Quando dico protestante, penso al cattolico o anche all'ortodosso. Quando dico comunità di fede, a che cosa penso? Ai non credenti? Cioè, noi comunità di fede, chi siamo queste comunità di fede? Qui anche bisogna rifare un po' il discorso, che questo discorso sia molto più umano. È vero, noi adesso parliamo di noi stessi, comunità di fede siamo tutti noi. Dunque tutti noi come esseri umani, prima di essere comunità di fede, abbiamo anche questa responsabilità verso i bambini. In Libano abbiamo tante esperienze, io non posso prendere tanto tempo per raccontare. Comunque abbiamo lavorato con i siriani, i palestinesi, i iracheni, tanti rifugiati, soprattutto i bambini. Parlo di una cosa sola, i bambini hanno bisogno della presenza delle comunità di fede, cioè noi, più vicini a loro. Io quando andavo a visitare i campi religiosi, quasi mai un religioso visita questi campi. per dire una parola spirituale a questi bambini. Visitavo in campo, io sono cristiano, tutti sono musulmani, non c'è nessuno cristiano. Il responsabile del campo mi ha detto: noi abbiamo una volta visto un sheikh, un religioso, leader musulmano, in questo campo, e quello è venuto solo con te quando sei venuto tu nell'occasione del World Day Prayer and Action for Children in questo campo. Dunque noi religiosi abbiamo questa responsabilità di andare a visitare, incontrare, incoraggiare, ascoltare, vedere, amare questi bambini. Questo è il bisogno spirituale. Noi dobbiamo essere padri e madre di questi bambini, perché quelli purtroppo, anche se sono presenti, i loro familiari, i loro parenti, hanno bisogno di questa paternità spirituale che li incoraggia e che li solleva. Sono tante cose da dire, il tempo non c'è. Grazie a tutti voi, grazie a Rigatu e a tutti voi presenti.
Grazie, Padre. I just want to pick up on one part of your comment that I think doesn't always come through, but the great majority of displaced people in the world are actually in other resource-poor countries, right? Like Lebanon. I think it's very easy for us to focus on Western context, on Europe, and think, oh, we can never absorb all of these people. Actually, the great reality is that most of the world's displaced people are in other resource-poor contexts. They're in Kenya, they're in Uganda, they're in Lebanon, right? And those countries absolutely need support, and we absolutely do need to address the root causes as well. Thank you, Father, for pointing that out, so that children do not have to migrate. I'm sorry, I was taking questions and I was compelled. Let me see if there's just one or two more comments, and then I'll give our speakers a chance to wrap up. We are getting towards lunchtime. I'm sure there's some delicious, no? Wrap up, okay. One or two other final questions, comments from the audience, from this gentlewoman up there?
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists. My name is Stella Ayo Odongo. I work with the Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children. But I do not want to speak from there. I want to speak from my experience working in Uganda and being the champion of advocating for child protection in Uganda. And one of the things that emerged from the panelists is the lack of investment in the protection of children. Wherever you go across the world, across Africa, the child protection sector is the one that is least funded. That is number one. Number two, I think it was raised by Sheikh. He mentioned that there is a delink. We have the policies, we have the legislation, we have everything, but there's the delink between the policy and implementation. We have the policies that are very good, we have all these declarations, but the moment we leave these conferences, something happens to us as humans. We seem to forget every resolution we've made, even the declarations we've signed, and we move on the running train, what I call the running train. So I would want one of them to speak to how do we get to that point where we actualize our commitment and move away from intentions to act and begin to act. Because I think we have so many intentions and we've never moved from intentions to action. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good. Okay. So we're hungry. I did promise my panelists the opportunity to close. Anyone have burning comments or would like to respond to any? Yep, the questions that have been raised.
So very quickly on what the father or the bishop said here, that ideally the children should not move away from their homes. That is the ideal situation. But let us look at the reality. And as religious leaders or religious people, again, I agree with you. Let us talk about religious institutions, faith-based organizations, because when you talk about faith communities, are we talking about unfaith communities, communities that have no faith? So a debate we can discuss that later. But we have to respond to the reality. The question is this: today, as we are, do we have children on the move? The answer is yes. Do they have needs? Yes. Do they need to be protected? Yes. So we have to respond to that. But ideally, what should the situation be? what you are advocating for. Ideally, no child should be displaced. No person should be removed from where they belong, because that is their identity. So what do we need to do as religious leaders? We need to identify the underlying root causes, and believe me, from a religious point of view, we can address all of them. Take, for example, people who have been economically marginalized. Religion is full of teachings about how we should think about the others. Talk about political marginalization, economic marginalization, discrimination, and the rest. We have solutions. So my plea is this. Even as we respond to the situation as it is, can we also look for preventive measures and do this not on our own, together with the other strategic actors like governments and other organizations that are working on children? Let me stop there because of time.
Thank you, Sheikh Ibrahim. Any final comments from the rest of my panelists? Burning questions? Okay. Yeah, Amanda, go ahead.
Yeah, just to say that we will put up, I mentioned some resources, so we will put up a slide. Those of you who are interested in joining us, we'll put up the links and happy to share with you. Those, maybe we can put them up over lunchtime. Thanks.
That's great. We will get some nourishment. We will come back energized. I think we're getting warmed up to have some more debate, discussion, and dialogue and get into our call to action in the afternoon. I'd like to thank my fabulous panelists for their time today. Thank you. And I have been told, do you want to do logistics? I'll let Rebecca do it. Thank you.
A round of applause for Amanda for moderating. And the speakers, thank you. You always inspire us, all of you. Thank you.
And we had very heavy lunch. Rebecca, thank you very much for offering us a five-course meal in the middle of a first-day conference. And if people are going to sleep, we're going to blame you for that in the afternoon. So this panel, welcome to this panel, the first panel in the afternoon. And this panel is going to tackle grassroots actions for children on the move, grassroots action for children on the move. And when we are talking about children on the move, internally displaced people, refugees, their stories are stories of suffering and persecution today and in the past, what is going on around the world. And all our faith traditions, religious traditions, spiritual traditions, focus on welcoming the stranger, focus on the challenges that people go through when they are on the move. And the scriptures, whether it's from the Islamic faith, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, Confucianism, Buddhism, indigenous African religions, Shintoism, and all faiths, you will find the texts replete with what we need to do to take care of people on the move. And one quintessential story that I read and identify with a lot is the story of Prophet Moses, Nabi Musa alayhi salam. Moses, or Musa as a child, was floated down River Nile because there were challenges on the land at that time. The children were being sought, particularly the boy child was being sought by Pharaoh to be killed because he was told in a dream that child, the boy child, was going to be a threat to you at some point. And Prophet Moses, or Musa's mother, as any mother would do, decided to save the child and floated hiding him on the reeds or the grass within the reeds of River Nile, and the child was floating down and was rescued by the court of Pharaoh. And when Pharaoh's court, particularly the wife, Assia, was rescuing that child, Assia never asked what was the race of that child, what religion that child was. where that child was coming from. She took that child and took care of that child. And this is what we are called on today, to be more compassionate about the people on the move, particularly children on the move. Would you say that today is the case? There's so many children. UNHCR estimates out of the 100 million people on the move, 41% are children. And these children, how are they welcomed in places that they go to? Would we say that those children that are floating over rickety ramshackles coming across the Mediterranean Sea from Africa, from the east, Iraq, Syria, and those many families that are moving up north from Nicaragua, Honduras, and the countries in Central America, what are they met with? The compassion that Prophet Musa or Moses was met with, or barbed wire and tear gas, if they are lucky to get across the Mediterranean, or walk the treacherous journey north from Central America up to the United States of America? And you will find that this humanity today has a lot to do. And when one child is floating by the river going down, it's easy. You can take that child and care for that child. If there are 2, 3, 4, 10, you can take them into a family. But when millions are moving, it becomes a policy issue. You got to go upstream the river and check what is happening upstream, that all these children are coming to this part of the world. And so it is incumbent upon the United Nations, intergovernmental organizations, governments, and more importantly, faith leaders to work together to address these issues, because now 100 million people is not just one child. It becomes a policy issue that we have to deal with. And to take us through this panel is a distinguished panel of very distinguished people. Ms. Dana Humaid, Chief Executive, Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities. Ms. Dana works with the UAE's Ministry of Interior, where she's responsible for driving the ministry's international collaboration agenda and crimes against children. Sheikh Ibrahim Lithome is Secretary General of CSCR, Center for Sustainable Conflict Resolution, and legal advisor of SUPKEM. Sheikh Lithome is an expert in Islamic law and a community mobilizer. He is also a member of Arigato International Advisory Group. Then we will get a video from Mr. Luciano Cardoni from the Church World Service. Ms. Ismeta with us here, who is the GNRC coordinator for Bosnia and Herzegovina and president of Women's Association for Interreligious Dialogue in the Family and Society in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also joining us in this panel is Ms. Natalia Seriokova, who is GNRC coordinator for Germany and founder of Jubuk, Germany, which has been creating opportunities for migrant inclusion since 2008 in Germany and all over Europe. Ms. Laura Molnar, GNRC coordinator for Romania and president of Education for Change Association, an NGO promoting child rights and quality education by offering educational programs for teachers, children, and parents. Also joining us is Father Abdul Rad, who is the GNRC coordinator for Lebanon and the founder and president of Anas Linas organization. 2 children will also be joining us, Mohammed, a child from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Sheila, a child from GNRC Guatemala. I will be your moderator. My name is Mustafa Yusuf Ali. I'm the Secretary General of the GNRC and Director of Arigato International Nairobi office. So welcome and enjoy the presentations from the panelists. You will also have a chance to ask questions to the panelists. And may I start with Natalia. Do you feel that your government has adequately supported the children on the move? And in your opinion, what should recipient countries do to support children on the move?
Thank you so much. It's a big honor for me to be here and to make a speech in front of so many distinguished guests. Indeed, I'm coming from Germany, and this country is considered to be quite well organized in terms of managing big amounts of refugees. Indeed, a lot has been done. In 2005, we had the integration law, which was passed and which helped a lot in terms of infrastructure, finances, law, protection of people, and so on. So I can say that a lot has been done, a lot is being done. If it's enough or not enough, it's difficult to judge right now. I would say, like, of course, there is always space to improvements. And if we judge from the unaccompanied minor structures, refugees that we have all over Germany, I must say they're all very different. And some of them are wonderful places, and some of them look like concentration camps. So it's like really very, very different depending on the community, which we speak about. Again, coming back to the previous panel, people from the audience and people from the panel, also colleagues, said that we are very good in proclaiming, making declarations, statements about the refugees, and then in life something looks different, something is missing. And this is exactly the case which I can say about Germany. Even on the level of the law and infrastructure, so much has been done. The response from the civil society, the response from the people is not always what we are actually looking for, how we imagine the harmonious and wonderful society where everyone has equal rights and dignity. And this is where my organization and also GNRC Germany come to. So we try to find solutions, tangible solutions for the problems which exist. And the problems of xenophobia, discrimination, are really big. And with my organization, since 2015, we have been creating opportunities for migrant inclusion. So how to actually do the response from the local population towards the unaccompanied minors, how to accept them in the society, because it's of course two-way process. It's not only from the refugees, it's from the society as well. Right now, I have just come back from Greece, where we have managed to bring 40 youngsters from Europe to the unaccompanied refugees structure in Yanina. And we have been living together for 10 days. So 10 days, 40 youngsters without refugee background, without migrant background, and the refugees coming from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and so on. I must say the first days were tough. People were not even able to talk with each other. The minors refused to take part in the activities. On the last day, we were all one family. And we were crying because we had to go back. So this is how it should work, so that both parts, the refugees, the minors, and the society come together. Another thing that we have been creating in the last 3 years is the manual, which is called COSMIC, Creating Opportunities for Migrant Inclusion. It's a manual of 100 pages where we have done the research on the integration of the minor refugees, and we compiled the tools how to integrate these youngsters into the society using digital storytelling, using sport, and using arts. It's a very interesting resource which the educators, the teachers can use. It's on our website, available on 4 languages, Italian, German, English, and Spanish. And it's a huge work which, in our opinion, helps to integrate the youngsters into the society. Sorry for speaking longer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia, for sharing with us what you're doing in Germany. I come to you, Ms. Laura Molnar. What has been your experience with the refugee crisis in your community, especially with regards to children, and what are the most urgent and critical needs for children that you're dealing with at the moment?
Well, starting with February 2022, pre-conflict period until now, over 2 million Ukrainian citizens entered Romania, according to the Romanian border police, each with its own story, with its own fears, losses, and suffering. At first, it was overwhelming to contain so much pain and our own fear that the war will extend, to try to cover so many needs of the families on the move, to make sure that no one is left without help. The fact that NGOs and an impressive number of people mobilized from day one to provide support help us to cope with this initial shock, to motivate each other and to coordinate our efforts in order to be as efficient as possible. In the first weeks, GNRC Romania cooperated with Ecumenical Association of Churches in Romania to offer emergency support. The donations were used to welcome the family on the move to the borders or transported to Odessa, Ukraine. This October, we organized a new humanitarian campaign providing winter clothes for the refugee children, and we succeeded in involving more than 2,000 students from Bucharest in these initiatives. For the NGOs who offered emotional support, we provided the resources we developed for children, using our expertise in child psychotherapy and pedagogy in order to help mothers to look after themselves and their children's well-being. Some of the children on the move attend Ukrainian schools hosted in Romania, but many of them have chosen to attend Romanian schools, where they have to struggle with a new language and a different alphabet. This was the reason why we have implemented in the last month LTLT activities for 2,500 students in order to facilitate a better understanding of the situation of Ukrainian refugee children, their needs to feel safe, accepted, emotionally supported, and part of the community. About the needs, in the first day, it was not easy to know what specific needs each family had. I remember one mother from Bucha told me, as we speak, my neighbors are stuck in their houses without any food and water. The ones who tried to go outside were killed. People who tried to help them were killed. I'm here with my boys in a safe place. We are alive. I cannot think I could need more. However, beyond physical safety, the children need to feel safe emotionally. They still need to deal with their loss and heal their traumas. They need a safe space to share their emotion connected with the war, to learn how to regulate all the pain, anxiety, and fury. They need to feel they are really seen and heard. However, they also need to feel that they still can dream, that the world can be a peaceful space where they have again the power to design their future, transforming their present difficulties in opportunities of personal growth. And for that, we are all responsible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura, for the work that you are doing in Romania. May I now go to Bosnia and Herzegovina and ask Ms. Ismeta what has been the attitude and response of local and faith communities to the needs of children on the move in Bosnia and Herzegovina? And also tell us what, in your opinion, should be the best approach to support children on the move.
Thank you, Mustafa. People from Bosnia and Herzegovina have empathy for people and children on the move who pass through our country to search better life. 30 years ago in Bosnia and Herzegovina was aggression that caused many deaths and migrations of the local population outside border of our community. Those migration were often difficult, humiliating because unprotected women, elderly people, children were moving. It was a difficult time where mothers they lost their sons and families. Now, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have migration centers where, through government institutions, with help of international and local non-government organizations, work with children on the move. Mosaic and GNRC Bosnia and Herzegovina, through their activity with children, youth, women, and adults, raise awareness of the importance of protecting dignity of child, especially children on the move. Together with religious leaders from Orthodox, Catholic, and Islamic community making important dates, we include children from families that are direct or indirect exposed to the consequences of the poverty, which violates children's dignity and is one of the most forms of violence against children. We also visit family in cooperation with End Child Poverty Arigato International and Office for Social Care of the Riyasat Islamic Community, schools, religious leaders, activities, and we distribute food boxes, school bags at the beginning of the school year. For this year, we organize meetings with religious leaders from town where are migration centers, and we are planning activities for the next steps. I think that support of religious leaders is the key of protection child dignity. We include religious leaders in our activities, which we work to raise awareness of our common obligation to protect children's dignity. They are really important because the religious principles that religious leaders live and promote among fellow citizens, because they have built trust that gives strength and obligates us that everyone of us activate in the protection of children's dignity, especially children on the move. Each of us gives maximum to provide children with quality upbringing, including children in the movement, regardless of their religions, nationality, and skin colors. We think that only together with Arigato International, we can build a better world for children. We believe that we must more do everything after pandemic that we can do better to the children. Pandemic is a rush border about and bridge over us, and we must build a bridge and go to work together for the better children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismeta. I will now go on to a child and Mohammed, and the question that we'd like you to answer is, you live in a community that has received migrants from other countries. What has been your experience and that of other children interacting and supporting them? And what should be done to improve their lives? Mohammed.
Pozdravljam sve prisutne. Moje ime je Mohamed i predstavljam djecu Bosne i Hercegovine i GNRC Bosne i Hercegovine. Bosni i Hercegovini, posebice Visokom, suočili smo se s migracijama ljudi čije su države u ratu. Mnoga djeca su patila tokom tog putovanja i imali razne probleme. Suočili se s problemom učenja jezika, drugih kultura i diskriminacije. Bosna i Hercegovina se suočila s prethodnim ratom u kojem su bili izbjeglice. Stanovnici našeg grada su bili empatični i suosjećajni s migrantima i pomagali su im nesebično, iako to nije bilo zakon. Ja sam osobno upoznao mnogu djecu migranta i zajedno sa mladincima GNRC mreže i religijskim liderima htjeli smo im pomoći da se osjećaju prihvaćeni. Razgovarali smo s njima, pričali o njihovim problemima, molili se za njihove najmilije. Bili su mnogo uplašeni i nesigurni. Radili smo radionice likovnih radova, donirali im školski pribor i pomagali u učenju i osobnoj izgradnji. Organizirali smo radionice i okrugle stolove kako bi ih uključili u zajednicu. Smatram da trebamo napraviti veći pritisak na donosioce odluka naše lokalne zajednice, da kreiraju jedinstven program pomoći djece u pokretu. Toj djeci je potrebna sigurna i zdrava familija, psiholog s kojim bi pričali o mentalnom zdravlju, doktor koji bi vodio računa o zdravlju te djece. Također i profesori jezika i mnogi nevladne organizacije koje bi im osigurale kreativne radionice uključivanja u lokalnu zajednicu. Trebamo im dati priliku za siguran i zdrav život.
Let me now turn to Dana, Ms. Dana Humaid. And you already are working on a number of interventions to address crimes against children, the dignity of the child. Share with us how faith-based organizations are making a difference in the reality of children on the move around the world.
I'll focus on the MENA region, the Middle East and Northern African region, and with it the global south where children on the move are. We have around 40 million migrants. 12 million of them are internally displaced because we have the longest standing conflicts around the world at the heart of the Middle East. My colleagues and my friends have covered what faith-based organizations, faith actors can do in the community, but let me focus on one thing, their role in bringing a sense of normality to children. The sense of normality in which a child can approach different things in life that are taken away from him once he is displaced. So, for example, the right to education. Some faith leaders have managed to turn their houses of worship into school classes. They have managed to gather donations to buy school supplies, to buy school books, and to also participate in teaching those children in these areas of conflict. Right to health services. Faith leaders have played a very vital role in making sure that families, especially mothers, young mothers and children, have access to vaccinations. Especially teenage girls have access to reproductive medication and to services that NGOs and aid organizations are providing. They have had also a huge role playing with people with determination or with disabilities. How can they provide them with the equipment that they need, the wheelchairs they have, the clutches and so forth, by facilitating aid to arrive at those who need it most. But faith leaders as well have a great role in preserving the family, because when families are displaced and children are displaced, there is a broken family at the heart of everything. The father is broken for losing his job, not being able to provide for his children. The mother is broken with all the extra responsibilities that she has on her back, dealing with the family and the new formation of the family. So faith leaders have this huge role in preserving the meaning of family, the mother, the father, the children, through talking to families, bringing confidence back in the relationship, encouraging communication, helping them by becoming a source of advocacy, by becoming a source of solace for the family. In addition to that, we've seen that there is a loss of identity. There's a loss of identity when children are displaced, and it's such a heartbreaking thing when you feel like you go to another country where you're speaking a different language and you're practicing a different religion, and you're looking for someone to restore a sense of normality to you as a child. And there was where faith leaders come to play. We've heard from some interventions that it doesn't matter what faith you come from, you can still work with refugee camps and still bring to them faith to the doorsteps where they are. And I see that in the Middle East, we've seen that happening in areas such as Palestine, for example, in Syria, in Yemen. We've seen that happen in Afghanistan, unfortunately, with the recent collapse as well. So faith leaders have a huge role in restoring the sense of normality, restoring the sense of identity, and restoring the meaning of family again to displaced families and children.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dana, for that intervention. We'll move on now to Latin America, and after the GNRC Fifth Forum in Panama, one of the concrete actions that faith leaders and communities in Latin America did was to form the Alliance for the Protection of Children in Latin America to address the very serious challenges that children are facing, particularly in Central America. May I now turn to Mr. Luciano Chedoni and ask you how faith-based organizations are making a difference in the reality of children on the move with the Alliance for the Protection of Children. Mr. Luciano.
We are working with local faith-based organizations to implement a regional project where children can find safe spaces where they can exercise their rights to play, learn, and develop their spirituality. We also want to make sure that they can access psychological support and receive special protection if and when they need it. The Prevenir project is currently being implemented in Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico by 11 organizations that are part of the Alliance for the Protection of Children. The project works with children that are at risk, and our goal is to focus on the most vulnerable groups. These groups are those who live in communities located in areas controlled by gangs and criminal groups and therefore are at risk of being recruited or becoming victims of these groups, those whose parents or relatives are in prison, and those who are in the situation of human mobility. During its first phase, the Prevenir project has reached about 1,200 children that are part of these vulnerable groups. The main objectives of the projects, therefore, are to reduce risk factors that lead to the development of violent or antisocial behavior that make these kids more likely to get involved or become victims of criminal groups, and to increase their protective and resilient factors. Some of the activities that are being implemented to achieve these objectives are activities that develop and strengthen the spirituality of these children and youth. These kinds of activities are implemented in all 4 countries based on the premise that spirituality is a key factor of protection and resilience when facing situations of violence. The implementation of cultural, artistic, and sporting activities where participants can express their feelings and concerns and learn and develop new skills. In this regard, it's worth noting that each organization implements these activities following methodologies that they have used in the past. For example, in El Salvador, Ángel de la Guarda has a method called Painting Futures or Pintando Futuros, where youth are trained to become facilitators so they can work with younger children as well. In Guatemala, Puerta de Esperanza uses images and drawings to help children understand and deal with their emotions. Prevenir partners also provide much needed group and individual psychological support for specific cases that are identified within the communities. So far, over 100 children and more than 20 adults have received this almost impossible to find kind of support this year. Peer groups and spaces created through the program also provide instances of support and reflection for children and youth. Organizations in Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador have used these spaces to teach children about their rights and how to defend them. In Mexico, Red Milpa works with children so they can identify their feelings and anger and can find the best way to express it. They also hold another workshop called What Justice Means. Lastly, after-school support and accompaniment of educational trajectories is also offered by the organizations that implement Prevenir in the 4 countries. Although at a smaller scale, the project also provided activities and spaces for adults to learn. For example, in Guatemala and in El Salvador, parents were able to discuss and learn about family strengthening tools and on how to listen and better support their children. Specifically in relation to children on the move, and on top of what is being offered by some of the organizations that are part of the project, there are other organizations that are part of the Alliance for the Protection of Children that work with this population. For example, Hermanas Franciscanas in Mexico have a shelter where they provide lodging, food, and medical care for children, but they also provide psychosocial support and spiritual care for them. Unfortunately, although it is a lot, and we are proud about it, we know that what we provide is not enough. That's why we want to encourage others to join and or support the work of the Alliance in any way you can, so we can do even better in making sure that these children and adolescents can fulfill their potential and live in a less violent and risky environment. Lastly, and as we have heard several times, preventing and reducing violence in Mexico and the Northern Triangle requires a multi-stakeholder approach that involves all sectors of the society. We agree and believe that especially faith communities can and should play a critical and leading role in any of those efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luciano. We are still listening to grassroots action to address or to support or to help children on the move. We will move on to Father Abdurrad, but before I ask Father Abdurrad a question, just prepare your interpretation gadgets, and he will speak in Italian, and you can tune into English Channel 4 for the interpretation. Please take out your interpretation gadgets. Father Abdurrad, let me ask you, I'm going to ask you the question in English because I know you understand English, but you're going to answer in Italian. From your faith perspective, please share briefly how children on the move should be protected. In your opinion, and drawing from your vast experience in the Middle East, what is the expected role of faith communities and how have they been part of the solution?
Grazie, Dottor Mostafa, grazie a tutti. Quando parlo del Libano, parlo di tantissimi bambini, libanesi, siriani, palestinesi, egiziani, un po' da tutto il Medio Oriente, che sono rifugiati che vivono situazioni difficili in Libano. Ora si aggiunge alle guerre un problema economico molto grande, l'inflazione. La moneta libanese ha perso il 95% del suo valore. Se hai $10.000 in banca, adesso ne hai $100. I bambini soffrono, certo, sono le prime vittime. Tanti bambini non vanno più a scuola, tanti bambini non si registrano, non sono registrati senza carta d'identità, perché anche negli uffici statali non c'è la carta per registrare. I libanesi non possono più fare un passaporto perché non c'è la carta. Si aggiunge a questo la salute, il problema della salute. Dopo il Covid adesso viene il colera. Una scuola ufficiale, il tetto è caduto, sono morti alcuni studenti e tanti feriti. Sono notizie di cui non parla nessuno. Appena sono entrato in Libano dall'aeroporto giorni fa, mi ha accolto una città, la capitale del Libano, Beirut, nel buio. Nel buio. Se la capitale è nel buio, immaginiamo come saranno i campi profughi. Noi, l'associazione Annas Linnas, gli uni per gli altri, sostenuti anche da Rigatu GNRC, cerchiamo di aiutare questi bambini. Abbiamo una scuola per i bambini rifugiati, siriani soprattutto, ma adesso sono anche libanesi, perché i libanesi non possono più andare altrove. Cerchiamo in un piccolo centro culturale a Sabra e Shatila di lavorare con i bambini palestinesi. Abbiamo una cinquantina di famiglie con cui lavoriamo libanesi. Abbiamo un progetto culturale adesso fermo, perché non possiamo più continuare la costruzione a causa dell'inflazione, e questo progetto ci sarà dentro un giardino culturale educativo per accogliere tutti i bambini, però adesso è fermo. Poi lavoriamo sull'educazione e sulla formazione dei giovani e dei bambini. E qui noi, perché siamo qua? Sapete perché? Perché vogliamo cambiare il mondo. Credete che possiamo cambiare il mondo? Non credo che credete, ma io credo. Anche salvare un bambino vuol dire abbiamo cambiato il mondo per questo bambino. Si può cambiare il mondo, non forse per tutti, ma per alcuni. Allora, quello che vogliamo fare, il dottor Musa ci ha raccontato la storia di Mosè, ebreo che è stato accolto dai egiziani, l'egiziana, cioè dai nemici, no? Qui posso parlare del buon samaritano, quando Gesù ci ha dato questa parabola nel Vangelo. Il buon samaritano chi è? Era il samaritano, nemico dei giudei. Il mondo cambia quando i nemici diventano amici. Noi vogliamo lavorare per questo. Questa è l'educazione che vogliamo fare in questo mondo. Così possiamo capire cosa vuol dire amate i vostri nemici. Allora possiamo sì cambiare il mondo. E noi come comunità religiose, torno un po' all'inglese, what can faith communities do? If protecting children on the move isn't yet a cornerstone of our spiritual work, it should be now. Based on the belief in the power of prayer, we should intensify the prayer for the children. Are we really praying through an act of faith, or are we satisfied with folklore and gatherings? Based on the spiritual right of children, the clergy should play the role of spiritual fatherhood. The fathers of the body are preoccupied with managing materials matter. A few people talk about spiritual matters and the spiritual right of the child. Here is the role of religious groups. I don't like to say religious, spiritual groups. Based on the need to listen to the children, we should visit the children, especially who are in the move, so that the children feel some attention and reassurance. Like I say, based on the responsibility of the clergy, pay attention so as not to be a stumbling block, scandal, modifying ways of thinking in our religious communities and families, and daring to renounce some religious customs that violate the right of the child, and time has passed. Not to use religion and holy books to justify practices that are contrary to the protection of children. Registering births, giving identity, facilitating adoption and sponsorship affairs, and preventing the marriage of minors, especially when it relates to religion and especially for children in move, because it is the most difficult thing for a child to remain without an identity. He loses his right to everything. Combating poverty, exploitation, bullying, and everything that offends children, also via the internet. Pointing out any danger that threatens children with all courage and combating it. Educating children about their rights through targeted activities in cooperation with each other. Raising children awareness of their rights through purposeful activities, cooperation with religious groups among themselves. Faith communities have to care for, protect, and support children on the move. They should work hand in hand with educational institutions and politics to protect children for one hand cannot clap. Alla fine vorrei dire che il nostro
Thank
alla
you.
fine vi
Thank you
ringrazio.
very much, Father Abdurrad, for that very passionate intervention on what really needs to be the priority, not just for the fourth faith communities, but also governments and everyone. Let me move on to Sheikh Ibrahim Lithome, and he needs no introduction on the work that he's been doing. And from your faith perspective, please share briefly how children on the move should be protected. And drawing from your experiences in Africa, what is the expected role of faith communities and how have they been part of the solution? Sheikh Lithome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mustafa. One thing, I think from the faith perspective, we have to take protection of the children as a religious duty. And there are so many, religious texts that we can quote. A child on the move is a child who is facing injustice. From an Islamic perspective, we say this is madloom. The child is oppressed. And religion tells us we have to stand with the oppressed and we have to make sure that they get justice. We have also to use the religious institutions and structures that we have within religion to address the plight of children and more so children on the move. Let me speak from my faith perspective. We have an institution that is called Zakah, that is the poor due, which is an obligation upon every Muslim. After your savings attain a certain amount, you have to pay that. And one of the categories of the recipients of Zakah is Ibn Sabil. For the Arabic-speaking participants here, including my sister on my right, Ibn Sabil is a traveler who is in need, and that addresses children on the move, either directly or through their parents and their caretakers. So we are encouraging the leaders, the religious leaders, to use such facilities like Zakah. That portion of Ibn Sabil should go into addressing the plight of children. Then very quickly, Dr. Mustafa, you know that after the Panama Declaration, one of the things that we took away from there is end violence against children. Archbishop, there is the tendency when we talk about protecting children, generally and on the move, there is the temptation of looking outside the religious institutions. But Dr. Mustafa, and you're a witness to this, sometimes the religious institutions themselves perpetrate violence against children. So in Kenya, what we took up ourselves, because we have to begin from where we work, train the madrasa teachers and the imams. Can you make the madrasas a safe haven for the children, and especially the children on the move? We have refugee children from Somalia and Southern Sudan in Kenya. So talking about ending violence within our own religious institutions. So in short, that is what we are doing in Kenya, and I believe that can be replicated elsewhere. And maybe we would want a fatwa from Al-Azhar Sharif that Ibn Sabil, actually the child on the move, deserves to be given that portion. It should be directed to helping the child on the move. And Dr. Mustafa, I don't know whether we're going to have time again to talk. There's something I want to talk about double standards when you're dealing with the refugees and the child on the move. Because when we discriminate because of where a refugee comes, sorry, the word is not good, but allow me to use it. People on the move, we discriminate them because of the color of their skin, because of the geographical location that they emanate from. I think it is totally against the religion. The war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, has exposed the underbelly of some of the countries that are receiving refugees. As faith leaders, can we strongly advocate that there should be no double standards when you're dealing with people on the move and children on the move? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shakli Thome, for that appeal to all of us around the world about double standards on how we or who we choose to help and not to help, particularly children on the move. Let me now introduce Sheila. Sheila is a child from Guatemala. And Sheila, you were forced to leave your home to settle elsewhere. What were the main causes of your displacement? What has it been like living in foreign land? And what message do you have for leaders, parents, and adults with regard to your situation and the millions of children around the world that are in a similar situation as yours? Sheila.
Hola, me llamo Sheila, soy de Guatemala. Cuando tenía 15 años vine a trabajar a la ciudad para poder ayudar a mis abuelos y poder darle las cosas que necesitaban a mis hermanas. Al venir a la ciudad me sentí extraña, no conocer a nadie y me pareció duro el trabajo que comencé. Extrañaba a mis abuelos y a mis hermanas, pero luego me fui acostumbrando. Quisiera que pudieran existir más programas de apoyo y oportunidades para los adolescentes, jóvenes, para que no tengan que dejar a sus familias, tener un buen trabajo para poder apoyar a sus familias.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Sheila. And thank you, the panelists. You've heard from Natalia, Laura, Ismeta, Abdulrah, Dana, Shakli Thome, Luciano, about the grassroots action that all of us are doing to really contribute to addressing the challenges that children are facing, in particular those children that are on the move. The panel is now open for questions, and you may just ask a question, or if you have to make an observation, please just take 45 seconds to make your observations. I've been warned here that I have very few minutes left by the general of this symposium, Onela. Please raise your hand. And there are many people who are following online. If you have, Zonimira, are there questions from the online audience? Okay, thank you very much. Please, it's open for you. Question, observation, comment? Also, feel free, if you want to applaud Sheila, what she said, please stand up and say, we applaud what you're doing, or any other of the work that you've had today. Yes, Maria Lucia.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentations and sharing the experiences. Very glad to hear all these experiences coming from the field and also coming from the experience of working directly with migrants and refugees. I just want to ask if there is one thing that you feel and you think is missing in the response to addressing the needs of children on the move. What is that need, and how do you think in this space we can help addressing that need in a very concrete way?
Thank you, Maria Lucia. The question is, anyone can answer the question, please. Natalie, as the second questioner is being prepared, go ahead.
Okay. In my opinion, it's very, very important to provide not only financial and existential things, which are usually provided at the beginning when we accept the children on the move. What is much more important is the work which is done afterwards, after the first response, and this is fight against marginalization of these kids. So we really need to provide them equal opportunities, opportunities of training, opportunities of education, possibilities to participate normally and equally in the main society. And only like this we can really provide these opportunities and fight the marginalization of youngsters.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Any other question, observation, contribution? Yes, go ahead, Father Abdurrad.
Sì, che cosa possiamo fare? La cosa più urgente è quella di prendere la maggioranza dei politici capi del mondo, metterli in prigione, prendere i loro soldi che hanno rubato dai bambini e dare questi soldi e fare le cose per i bambini. Perché io non posso immaginare come un politico o un economico che tratta le cose della gente nella politica. Lui è il miliardario e i bambini muoiono di fame. È quello che bisogna fare. Possiamo farlo? Un po' difficile, ma questo che bisogna farlo. Così si risolve il problema dei bambini. Noi lottiamo contro la povertà. Non va bene così. Dobbiamo adesso cominciare a lottare contro la ricchezza di questi ricchi inimmaginabili. E purtroppo l'ingiustizia non c'è. Prepariamo una lotta contro la ricchezza? We have to fight against the... dobbiamo lottare contro la ricchezza.
Thank you Father Abdurrad, for that intervention. Any other observation, question? Yes, Vinu, Dr. Aram.
Question, but to Dana, I know of your good work, and I was just whispering here of your leadership as well. Broken homes are a reality for various reasons. I'm going to ask you, what does it also take to sustain people like you and me not to be broken down in the process of serving children? There's so much pain, there's so much suffering that we also share. So Dana, as a leader, I know you do tremendous work. What prevents, what can nurture us, kind of restore us, and what can keep us going from breaking down?
This question is so close to my heart for a very simple reason. I don't know, you're a friend. I don't know if I've ever told you before. I'm bipolar, and dealing with those issues in the past 7 years in specific have increased my anxiety levels to the maximum. But I think what helps me, and I think what helps us all, is the way we communicate with each other always. You know, when I walked in this morning, greeting everybody like your sister and brother, and talking about our challenges, our shared challenges, reaching out to each other, helping out each other. I remember when I was in need to do something in India, I reached out to you and you helped me. When I needed you to come to Abu Dhabi for the G20, you're coming. I think the network we have together, this network that I value so much, is very important for our sanity, because we know what we go through and we are not the center of this. We are a vehicle of change. We are bridge builders, but we are not the center of this. There's a child at the center of this, and in order for us to be able to provide for this child, we need to provide to ourselves the same kindness and love we want to show others. So I think just being in this network, always convening and meeting on those events, exchanging ideas, holding each other's hand, hugging each other when we see each other, it's as simple as that. Just be there for each other. Just be there for each other.
Thank you very much, Dana. I'm told time is up, but I'm gonna give each speaker just 1 minute to conclude their intervention, please. And I'll start with you, Laura. 1 minute each.
Well, I want to come back to the statement Sheikh Letom made before. I was impressed by the way people in Europe mobilized to help children who fled Ukraine. But the children on the move have equal value, have the same needs, and they deserve to be treated with the same openness, empathy, and care. No matter where they come from, Ukraine, Middle East, Asia, or other parts of the world. So I would like to bring this statement into the attention of European Commission, state institutions, and other NGOs which are assisting the children on the move in Europe. Let's do impressive efforts for all children.
Thank you, Laura. Natalie.
I want to come back to the statement which Dana has just made. It's very, very important to support each other. It's important to support those youth workers who are on the front lines with the refugees, with the children on the move. I suggest maybe to include solutions for people who work with these communities to fight against burnout, to fight against stress. And I think all of you can just confirm this, how much stress sometimes we have and burnout and all these things. And you know, it's so important to support the people who actually make the change in the community. Because if they burn out, then we're done. You know, we need to support these people and support each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalie. Ismeta.
We know now that we have power and we need a sensitive for all our children for their needs, especially for the children on the move. I close my speak. I quote Prophet of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There is no superior of an Arab over non-Arab, nor a non-Arab over an Arab. There is no superior of white over black, nor black over white. The only difference between people is in their approach to good and will. Hvala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ismeta. Sheikh Lithome.
Yeah, very quickly. The other day we came together as people of different faiths in Kenya to protect the environment. And my question to everybody who was there is, the tree outside there, is it a Christian, a Jew, a Hindu, or what is it? A tree is a tree. So for me, that is a connector. It doesn't matter what religion you are, the environment is the same. When you talk about the children, it doesn't matter what religion you are. That reminds me that together with Reverend Fred Nyabera, we used to appear on a forum, and our topic used to be the connectors and the dividers. Can we look at what brings us together? Then our differences in religion, you can practice them in the places of worship. So working for the children, for me, is a connector. It doesn't matter what faith you belong from. Children are children, and they need all of us. And that is my message from here.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheikh Lithome. Dana.
I just want to emphasize that as much as there are children on the move and in some camps for the past year, there are children who have not known anything but a refugee camp. They've been born there and they've been living there all their lives. So I really hope that aid agencies, NGOs, and most importantly, international organizations like the UN and organizations that under the UN just acknowledges that the global South is in need of support, and that the long conflicts that are there, that still exist, is still producing refugees to this day, and children are still on the move. Thank you.
Father Abdurrad.
In un minuto, non mollare di fare il bene. Non mollare di fare il bene. Il bene semplice che possiamo fare. Un sorriso ai bambini, una bella parola. E questi valori, questi tesori, li abbiamo tutti nel cuore, un sorriso, una bella parola. Qualche aiuto piccolo sarebbe anche bello. Dunque non mollare a fare il bene. E crediamo che siamo tutti fratelli, un unico creatore, un solo Dio. E anche alla fine non mollare di pregare. Preghiamo dal cuore, insegniamo ai bambini ad avere questa fiducia nella preghiera, prayer and action. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we come to the end of this session with this very distinguished panel of speakers helping us make sense on what we need to do to further help on addressing the challenges that children on the move facing from GNRC Romania, GNRC Germany, GNRC Bosnia and Herzegovina, GNRC Kenya, Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities, and GNRC Lebanon. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
We still have this session where we launch the World Day of Prayer in Action for Children 2022. For the viewers online, please leave your comments and remarks on the chat box. We thank you for joining us online. For those of you here in Rome in person, thank you for coming all this way. You know who you are. Who have traveled a long way so that we can have an in-person exchange. I'm going to invite the speakers in this next session. The purpose of this session is to inaugurate the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children 2022. It's an annual event that Arigato International established in 2008. And every year, we lead this initiative with many partners, and I see many of our partners here today. I was very inspired by the last panel discussion because I see that the day has meaning. The day has this unifying force of bringing people together in prayer, no matter how you worship. But we are increasingly working together, and I think together we can make a difference. And there have been a lot of wonderful suggestions from good practices. And I thank you all for coming back and finding your seats so that we can go to the next session. Before I introduce the speakers, I'd like to draw your attention to this passport that our team developed. Did you all receive this passport? It's a symbol. It's a symbol of the freedom that all of us here have to travel and go around the world as we please. And not everyone has this privilege. So many people are stateless. So many children are stateless. They do not have a passport. So the passport is for us to remember what we have discussed here today and also to reaffirm our commitments. If you look at your passport, where you can find information, and there's the program is here, among other things, but the purpose of our World Day is written out. But in addition, and most importantly, in the back you will see stickers. Stickers. What are these stickers for? Well, in the page, like in any passport, you have to have your name and nationality, and your surname, your given name and nationality. If you could possibly write your name and nationality, and then your commitment. And how you do that is by spelling it out or taking one of these stickers and putting it into that first page. And our team is going to go around and take pictures of your commitment. We would like very much to have this be an interactive exercise. And I hope you will enjoy having this passport as a reminder of this conference, symposium, I should say, symposium. So, as I mentioned, every year we do the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children, and this year we are focusing on children on the move and how faith communities can work together to take action that will protect their rights and their well-being. And we are privileged also to have a wonderful group of speakers. And the first speaker is Reverend Keishi Miyamoto, president of Arigato International, who came from Japan to be at this wonderful gathering. And because Reverend Miyamoto was one of the founding members of the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children, it's wonderful that you can be with us today. And he will be speaking now in Japanese, and the translation, simultaneous translation, is on channel 2? Let's see if it's on channel 2. Yes? Okay. Yes, please. Yes?
本日、ここローマにお集まりくださいました来賓の皆様、世界中からオンラインでご視聴くださっている皆様、こんにちは。このセッションは、強制的に家を追われた子どもたちを守るため、行動を起こしている宗教コミュニティに焦点を当てています。宗教コミュニティによる最善の実践に目を向け、とりわけ宗教協力を通じて、さらにできることを模索します。2022年5月、国連難民高等弁務官が指摘したように、世界で避難を強いられた人々の数は1億人を超え、少なくとも3700万人は18歳未満の子どもたちでした。前例のない数の難民、移民、国内避難民の子どもたちを含まれ、その多くは同伴者もなく、一人で移動をしています。子どものための祈りと行動の日は、毎年多くの友人やパートナーとともに、私たちが1989年11月20日の国連子どもの権利条約の採択を記念し、世界の子どもの日を祝う時でもあります。この日は、宗教コミュニティを含むあらゆる社会セクターが、すべての子どもの尊厳を守るための環境を提供し、あらゆる形態の暴力から子どもを守るための行動を取る責務があることを思い起こさせてくれる日でもあります。コロナウイルス感染症の大流行は、移動する子どもたちの危険を増大させました。多くの子どもたちが今もなお、保健や教育、社会福祉、子どもを保護する制度などの必要不可欠なサービスにアクセスすることができません。私たちはここ、ローマに集い、移動する子どもたちのために祈り、子どもたちを守る行動を取るよう、宗教コミュニティに呼びかけます。子どものための祈りと行動の日が、すべての宗教者と善意ある人々に、子どもと子どもが直面する問題を優先するための政策の変更を提唱するなど、コミュニティにおける意義のある行動を取ることを推奨し、続けることを願っています。また、私たちはすべての宗教指導者が、祈りの場所を保護を必要としているすべての子どもたちのための安全な避難所にすることを呼びかけます。ここにご参加くださっている子どものための宗教者ネットワークのメンバーと、オンラインでイベントをフォローしてくださっているメンバーの皆様にご挨拶できますことを大変嬉しく思っています。皆様方の多くが長年にわたり、子どものために祈り、行動するべく、宗教指導者の方々を招集し、この日をお祝いしてくださっています。皆様方の多くが、これまでにコミュニティにおける子どもの権利に対する意義の向上を図る数々のプログラムやアドボカシー活動を開催、講演してくださっています。 こうした素晴らしい取り組みに対し、すべての子どもたちが尊厳を持って生活をし、その可能性を最大限に引き出し、成長することができるように、子どもの権利を尊重する道徳的責務を推進してくださっている世界70カ国以上いる GNRC のメンバーのボランティアの皆様に感謝を申し上げます。昨年、コロナ禍にあっても、アルゼンチン、ボスニア・ヘルツェゴビナ、ブラジル、コロンビア、ドミニカ共和国、グアテマラ、インド、ニカラグア、メキシコ、モンテネグロやその他の国々で GNC メンバーにより祈りと行動の日を記念して注目すべきイベントが開催されました。この午後のセッションは草の根レベルで子どものために活動しているすべての宗教コミュニティと GNRC にご参加くださっている多くの子どもたちに焦点を当てています。また、2022年、草の根レベルの優秀な実践に対して、Where My Shoes の受賞者も発表されます。ありがとうインターナショナルを代表し、子どものための祈りと行動の日に対する皆様の継続した貴重なご支援に心より感謝を申し上げます。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Reverend Miyamoto. We appreciate your being here today. It'll encourage us to do more. I wanted to draw your attention to the draft joint statement that all of you should have received. There has been some reference to this morning by the first panel discussion. We would like you to review it and do all you can to endorse it. And we are in need of your support. We need to have as many people supporting this document. There'll be opportunities on our landing page to express your support for this joint statement. You will see that the planning committee for this World Day, which is listed in the back here through their logos, they have been very much involved in reviewing the content of this joint statement, which is really a call to action. It says, the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children 2022, protecting children's dignity, a call to action for children on the move. So if you all have any questions or you have any edits that you would like to make, please contact one of us on the New York team. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce a project. It's a film project that is underway, the idea here is to promote interfaith collaboration for the cause of children, and we are going to show the trailer of what we hope will be a documentary. It's all about how faith communities are gathered here in Rome and in many other places around the world to promote and protect the rights of children and their well-being. So I hope you'll enjoy it, and I'm looking up at the partners up there in the technical side to see if they can start the video. And the video is called A Million Feet from Home.
We have a climate that is not doing very well. That is impacting on what people can eat and drink and how they can live their daily lives. And we have a security climate that is really not doing terribly well. We have a war in almost every corner of our world, an armed conflict. And we have pandemic. It's not a very stable time. Therefore, we are living in the worst of times and the best of times. We know that we're living in a moment in time in which over 75 million people are stateless and homeless, basically destitute.
When people think of refugee situations, it's more than just refugees because of war. There's refugees because of climate change. There's refugees because of food scarcity. There's almost as many reasons for a person to be a refugee as there is refugees.
We have refugee, we have displaced, and we have migrant. We have adults, children, unaccompanied minors, where they're going, where they're coming from, what's their story.
We didn't took anything, clothes, nothing, just left our home. We know that if we live in Afghanistan, we were killed by Taliban, and this is the only chance for us to flee Afghanistan.
And if we think that as adults, it is darned challenging to be stateless and homeless, then what can it possibly be for children?
The average length of time someone spends in a refugee camp in the world today is 20 years.
There's still refugees in Rwanda. They've been 25 years in the refugee camp.
That's a generation.
If you grow up as a refugee, life will be really different than grow up in here.
The whole act of being on the move distances these children from everything that is stability.
How do we break that cycle?
It is faith that brings most people at least to the table to have a conversation and to explore ways of that reconciliation.
Prayer is a key activity that has historically united people from all around the world, from different nationalities and different ethnic backgrounds.
It's really easy to understand that the other person is motivated by faith, motivated by something higher than themselves. And even though it's not the same faith that I share, we both are trying to be better and do better and to serve a higher purpose. And so working in that context, it's really easy to lay aside doctrinal differences.
It is extremely complicated when you don't have that spiritual component into it.
In Hebrew, the word for life, chaim, is in the plural. You can't write life in the singular in the Hebrew language. Because if you want to live it meaningfully, if you want to make a difference, you got to live it in the plural with other people being connected.
That while members of faith communities often have the will to be a force of change, they also lack the awareness of the available actions they can take to provide adequate support to children.
The value of convening interfaith service and prayer is to enable faith leaders and their communities to come together and build a better world for children.
We are as strong as the most vulnerable. So if we can ensure that the most vulnerable are strong, that's the rest of us all right there.
When I first started working with the United Nations, one of my mentors told me, you have to know when to sing a solo and when to sing as part of a choir. And over the years I've discovered at the UN, it's always part of a choir. And that's one instance where I really admire the work of Arigato and everything that they are doing, because they know how to assemble the voices of a choir.
Arigato International uses an interfaith approach in the work to improve the lives of children. And this is very important to recognize, because when you're talking about children, when you are addressing the needs and rights of children, everyone comes together.
In 2015, I was working in a partnership between the New York Board of Rabbis and UNICEF USA. I received a phone call from my colleague down at UNICEF, and she said to me, she goes, would you be interested in speaking at a panel in Geneva on commercial sexual exploitation of children being hosted by Arigato International? An area I had been working in, but really hadn't found a larger global interfaith network.
First, my name is Fatima Maravio. I am the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I'm a proud Muslim woman. I'm not a victim of rape, but I've been a victim of early marriage. So I do understand, because my own definition of early marriage is legalization of rape.
What impressed me about Arigato were the children.
Hola, tenemos un plan. Tenemos un objetivo. Acabar con la violencia física y el maltrato humillante. Pero no podemos solos. ¿Nos ayudas? ¿Te unes con nosotros?
It's the first time I had seen in this space of child protection the voices of children.
Arigato International established the Global Network of Religions for Children, GNRC. This platform brings together faith leaders and their communities to come together to address the challenges that are affecting children at the global, national, and grassroots level.
It also realizes that if we're going to correct some of the inequities of the day, we need you to stand with us. You being the rest of the faith community, and those, by the way, of no faith. You know, we can't just be so restrictive that we only say we're interested in people who believe.
I will give a big shout out to Reverend Nayabera. I have to say his End Poverty initiative blows me away.
There's definitely a common ground that better enables this cooperation. And I would say that this is the right of every child, whether it be through addressing the root cause of child poverty, violence against children, conflict, or other such injustices, or through nurturing positive values, ethics, and spirituality in children. These actions are what actually bring us together.
In Arigato, it's the ones who want to work specifically to see the fruits of their labor and service together on the world's children.
Not only are we improving their immediate lives, but we're improving their lives for generations to come.
We can't just simply say the children are our future if we don't do anything in the present.
Many people are under the impression that all the legislation and all the policies, that everything we need for children is already in place, which is not true.
We need to find the right way to convey the message. And in this case, finding actors, and in faith-based communities, those actors are fundamental for the trust of the communities. It is the way to be able to convey effectively a message and have an impact.
I think more and more governments are realizing the power of faith leaders to engage and disseminate information to their communities, or even encourage their communities to act a certain way.
It's interesting, you know, the word holy in Hebrew, kadosh, when you say it in the synagogue, you have to stand on the soles of your feet. You have to lift yourself up. Because to say, if you want to be truly holy, then you got to stand a little bit higher. And I think we have to remind politicians, let's not look at selfish interests or the interests of a few. Let's look at the many.
Over 80% of the world's population self-identifies with a faith community. We provide over 80% of healthcare and social services and education globally. If we don't have the power to make change, we're not trying very hard.
If you don't have faith in faith itself, we don't have the basic elements of hope.
世界平和実現なさしめたまえ、幼い命を奪われた子どもたち、ご成仏なさしめたまえ、未来の希望である子どもたち、無事成長なさしめたまえ。
The child cannot wait.
There was so much to say and so little time. It was challenging, I think, for the producers to be able to do this film in such a short, there was just so much rich content. So I always find something new and inspiring about what people are saying. But we wanted to show, this is a partnership with the producers, and we wanted to show the power of working together with faith communities. And I hope it inspired everyone here a little bit. And now I have the pleasure to introduce a real champion of children's rights, and that is Archbishop Julio Murray of Panama. And he joined us here He arrived last night, and he was the host, the local host for the 5th Global Forum of the Global Network of Religions for Children. So many of you here may have already met in Panama. So Bishop Murray, you now have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. As you said before, there is so much to say and so little time, but we're going to try our best to be as concise as possible. There is a purpose behind our participation in the Day of Prayer and Action for Children as religious leaders. One, it gives us an opportunity to work together and to share a testimony. Two, it put an end to violence against children. Three, it gives us an opportunity to face migration, as the theme for this year is the children on the move. As we face the triple environmental crisis, climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution, we also recognize the threat of millions of people because of migration and/or displacement. This also brings us together to champion that reality that is a way of violation. As religious leaders, we reaffirm our responsibility to defend the human dignity of children and the comprehensive protection of each child as stated in the teachings of all religious communities. When we look at Scripture, the Bible takes us to Prophet Jeremiah, and he says, "Because I know very well the plans I have for you, affirms the Lord, plans of well-being and not of calamity, in order to give you a future and a hope." That's an opportunity for us to see that the God of all names, he knows our present, he also knows our future, and he has plans for us, and he walks with us. The children are in God's plan, and the well-being and hope are threatened for our children when we silence the atrocities that are done against them. Moving further into the scriptures, the gospel teachings coming from Mark, Jesus is upset to the point of indignation when he sees that those who are impeding that the children come to him, he says to them, "Let the children come to me, and do not prevent them, because the kingdom of God belongs to them." Perhaps at the time the disciples did not understand the scope of the teachings of the kingdom of God. But today, all of us who accept the teachings of the kingdom know that we must join forces and show interest, not only interest for change, but we want interest for transformation of the realities of inequalities, violence, and exclusion to which many children in many countries are subject to. I quickly share with you a story of what is happening in Panama. You and I have heard what is happening in the frontier in Darién. That's on the frontier with Colombia. How millions and millions of people are coming through, and 80% are children. But you do not know about what is happening when they get to the next border with Costa Rica. There are camps where the children and the families are, and they have decided to come out of the camp and move into the area of David. And it is so difficult to see families and children sitting at the stoplight signs, and the parents will send the children to beg the people in the car because they don't have what to eat, they don't have what to drink. That vision, that scenario is one that makes us so sad, because Panama has already resolved the problem with children early working on the streets, but now it's challenged with children that are migrants at the stoplight begging because no one is responding to their needs. What we thought we had solved, now it becomes a challenge in our face, is working with the children that are migrants. And the second thing is important to realize that migrant is not a bad thing. Migrant is not a bad word. Even when someone in the north had us to think that being a migrant was also equal to being a thief, My forefathers were migrants because they were taken to Panama, or they came to Panama during the construction of the railroad and the construction of the Panama Canal. Migrants make a tremendous contribution in countries, raising not only the culture, but raising the economy and making countries rich. So, if today, as we are following the Day of Prayer and Action for Children, we are faced with the situation of children on the move. On the path of migrants, we find men, women, pregnant women, girls and boys facing high-risk situation and various violations to their rights. The girls and boys on these routes and condition concerns us deeply. Before any migratory condition, girls and boys are persons subject to rights, and their protection must respond to the highest global commitment to guarantee their human right in observance of the application of the Convention on the Rights of Children. The international community we are called to be is to ensure the interests of the child and take all actions to protect them both nationally and internationally, as well and in the context of human mobility, with the necessary conditions for the prevention from multilateral approach. Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, the Northern Triangle. There is already an initiative called the Trifinio Plan. The Trifinio Plan seeks to respond to the reasons why people migrate. I must tell you something that Archbishop Desmond Tutu used to say, taken from Bishop Elder Camara from Brazil. He says, when the religious leaders and faith-based organizations take time and energy to give food to the poor, we are called saints. But anytime faith-based organizations or leaders ask why there is poverty, we are no longer saints. You can call us anything you want. The idea and the energy behind the work that we do is not only to respond to the situation of migration, it is to ask the questions, why do people migrate? In some cases, it's because they don't have opportunities in the country where they are. In some cases, they are running away for security, for their living in war. In other cases, they are looking for betterment for their children and for life. But again, the most vulnerable are the most affected, and these are the children. The conditions in which girls, boys remain in unsafe environment or without access to basic service. Because while you're a child and you're migrating, you don't have the basic services, you don't have hygiene, you don't have adequate food. There's risk all around related not only to physical, but also to emotional aspects. And again, you are separated from your families because at times, in order for you to go even further, the coyote would say, you have to make a decision, or you go with the children, or you leave them behind. After that child has left behind, he's double marked. He is marked first because he has to flee or leave the place where he grew up, where he was born. But then he's secondly marked when his father or mother have to leave him behind because the coyote says that you can't go any further with them. Here it is that we have an opportunity then to raise our voice today and to talk to governments. Governments who are always responding to situations like this. And I can say without a doubt, the government of Panama have always responded out of humanitarian need. But again, Panama is also in conversation with the countries in the region, because Panama, aside from offering that sense of humanity, is expecting that the countries in the region do the same. It's not because of the funding that you can get to do it. It is not because of the rating that you could get. It's because it's about human beings. Human beings need to be brought one more time back into the equation. We are called to take care of our brothers and sisters, and they are human beings as well. We need to focus more on the children, on the people. At times I feel so embarrassed of what is happening, how people in countries and governments would make these atrocities happen to children. But again, I call upon the community of faith, I call upon the civil society, I call upon states and international community in general to take determined actions of a multilateral, bilateral, and national nature aimed to preventing more boys, girls, and adolescent women and men from continuing to compromise their lives, to compromise their dignity, and compromise their integrity as they seek better conditions. The comprehensive development of boys and girls is everyone's commitment. We must continue to act vigorously and without any discrimination in favor of children. As we stated in the Panama Declaration of the GNRC Fifth Forum, we affirm that transformed religious and spiritual communities can offer moral teachings and model practices to prevent, heal, reduce, and ultimately end violence against children. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Murray. And now I have the pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Archbishop Felix Machado, who is the Archbishop of Vasai and Secretary General of Catholic Bishops' Conference in India. And he's also very much involved in the Arigato International Network as a member of the advisory group. Thank you so much for being with us today. Archbishop Machado, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. My deep gratitude to Venerable Kaishi Miyamoto, Ms. Rebecca, and your team who is behind all these activities to organize. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be part of this. The mega city of Mumbai, formerly known as Bombay, this mega city is full of children. You know that India has got more than half of its population which is below 40 years old. You know, and the children also are a good part of this population. The children who are going in and out of schools, I would call them well settled, so to speak. But there are also children on the move, children who come to fulfill their dreams, to become stars in Bollywood, children who simply try to survive in the shadows of the concrete jungle of Mumbai. How to organize our efforts to protect the God-given dignity of these God's children, our brothers and sisters. There are many NGOs at work. My efforts, together with others, are to unite all of us and coordinate and work for the protection of the lost ones. There are many who are lost there in many ways. Several Catholic groups directly work for the children on the move. And if I may tell you, Jesuit organization had a big network throughout Bombay of different small houses called Sneha Sadan, houses of friendship, where we collect these street children, children on the move. Recently we celebrated on the 14th of November, Children's Day. It is on the 14th of November, Children's Day in India, because it is the birthday of our late Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who loved children and children loved him. And so it is called Children's Day every year on the 14th of November. I always seize this opportunity to strengthen the efforts of all those who work for street children, children who work in homes, children who are dropouts from schools, children who have
who are who have run away from their homes and come to Bombay to kind of imagine the dreams of their to fulfill the dreams of their imagination. I would like to put before you some facts, my dear friends. Children on the move end up working in dire conditions because they are forced to work for survival. Children work in lower standard of safety. They perform work without any protective gear. Their work involves serious risks, including suffocation in the mines or in some factories. These children suffer severe health impacts. The number of children involved in child labor continues to grow. From 2021, the number of children in child labor has risen to 160 million worldwide. This is the increase of about 8.4 million in the last years. Of this estimated, 79 million children are involved in hazardous work, which has a devastating lifelong impact. Child labor has evolved to more discrete forms, including informal home-based manufacturing units. For example, there is a small cigarettes, yellow color, because these are the cheapest kind of things that people use for smoking. And to make them, the majority of employees are children. The factories have become go-downs now, and the material is supplied at homes so that children can be manufacturing these kind of things at home. Children as young as 6 and 7 years old chisel sandstones, cobblestones. Boys aged 13 to 17 quarry sandstone. Children working in the quarries are rarely given protective equipment such as goggles or masks. Severe injury from stone chips, hearing loss, extreme heat and inhalation of silica dust, which can lead to chronic lung diseases and even to death. Young boys and girls are employed at the cost of their childhoods as well as their futures. Even children who do not drop out entirely miss classes and do not attend school regularly. This affects their learning outcomes. In 2018, the National Sample Survey Office found that 32 million children remain out of school in India. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened this situation. Children could not access education for 2 years. What happened? Many started working and dropped out of the system completely. Due to severe regulations of the local governments, institutions where children can be housed and provided education are now reduced to a very few. We, Catholic Church especially, I have taken leadership in my own area to have schools, but only having schools is of no use. I must provide for them also a place to live, because if they go home, they don't come back to school. So if they live, sisters, some even fathers, brothers, but even some lay Christians. But together there are other NGOs of Hindus, of Muslims. The child labor, according to Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986, prohibits the engagement of children in all occupations. The Act considers anyone below the age of 14 to be a child. This Act was amended in 2016 and now allows children below 14 to work in family business, which are non-hazardous. But then again, these children are deprived of education. However, domestic and international legislation that regulates every level of the supply
chain is the need of the hour. I end with, there are a few challenges, but I will just say one due to lack of time. To come together, this has been said since the morning here. We need to be united, but our unity should be coordinated unity. We should complement each other, and that is what I try to do with my modest leadership. To come together, I call all NGOs, people of different religions, and work as a concerted effort. Dialogue with local government officials is more effective when different NGOs, people of different religions and of no religion, work in cooperation with one another. Our gatherings are always, have always one goal in mind, namely to work together in cooperation with one another. This is the language that government learns fast when we are many together. As child labor continues to grow in more discrete forms at the cost of education, health and childhood, our faith communities have opted to increase our efforts not to give up shelters where children can be housed and provided education. Without education, it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to give children their future and their dignity. In this, we find slowly but surely the path to success. I just end with this quote of St. Pope John Paul II. He says, though the routes taken may be different, there is but a single goal to which is directed the deepest aspirations of the human spirit as expressed in its quest for God and also in its quest through its tending towards God for the full dimension of its humanity, or in other words, for the full meaning of human life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Archbishop Machado, and thank you for being very specific in what could be done together. And I will remind everyone that we have the stickers in the back that says, what is your commitment to protect children on the move? And it makes suggestions like advocacy, providing education, maybe influencing policy development, conducting research, networking, and promoting interfaith collaboration. So there are a lot of different ways that we can come together as a force. Very happy to introduce our next speaker, who then is going to moderate a very dynamic, I would say, session. I think you have a tremendous amount of energy and enthusiasm whenever you speak. Mazoun Al-Malehen is the Goodwill Ambassador for UNICEF, and she's, I think I introduced her a little bit this morning, but Mazoun travels around the world now helping children. She's an advocate for the right to education in particular, and she's now based in the UK, and she was missing a passport for a good while, and now she is going to speak to us about her own experiences as a former refugee from Syria and what she's doing now, and then she's going to moderate a session with two youth representatives here that I'm happy also to introduce. First we have Anya from Serbia, and then we have Tudor from Romania, and then we are going to also have some contributions from messages that have been pre-recorded by youth that's collaborating with UNHCR. So I now will happy to turn it over to Mazoun, and then you can lead the discussion. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, Rebecca, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm deeply honored to be here with all of you. It is such an amazing opportunity to hear all of you today, and it has been so inspiring and also so insightful to hear people from different backgrounds and different walks of life to come together to make a difference, especially in a very important topic that is so close to my heart, which is the importance of education and also children, because children, they are the future. If we really don't invest in children, we cannot dream for a brighter future to all of us. Children, they are the ones, they will make a difference in the future, in the lives of the next generations to come. If I don't make a change in a positive way in the lives of millions of children, I cannot think or even imagine a good future to all of us. So for me, I'm so passionate when it comes to children, especially the ones who are vulnerable and they have gone through a lot of challenges in their lives, especially the ones who suffer from conflicts. And every child experiences challenges in such different ways. But I think what is similar in all these situations, the deprivation of those children from their rights, because millions and millions of them, they, for example, they don't have access to their fundamental rights such as education. They don't sometimes have access to good health. They don't even have peace. We have millions of children who really afraid. They are so scared, like country such as Syria, for example, which is my homeland. I know millions of children, they are scared even on a daily basis, not only afraid to go to school, but afraid to stay in their houses. That's why millions of them, they are displaced or they seek refuge in other countries. And this what happened to me when I was just 14 years old, when me and my family had to flee our homeland. It wasn't, we didn't want to flee for tourism, but we had to flee because there was a direct danger in our lives, and my family had to take that difficult decision to find safety in a neighboring country, or millions who now seek refuge in countries all over the world to find a brighter future for their children. So not only my family, but my family is just a sample of millions of the Syrians or millions of people around the world. There is something really severe that pushed them to go and find a new place. And unfortunately, sometimes when they flee and they go to new societies, they are not welcomed. And we see children face discrimination. They are not included in these new societies, which prevents children to sometimes thrive, but even to survive, sometimes they are not provided with opportunities to survive in their lives. That's why it is really important to have collective actions, to work together, even though we have many differences. That doesn't prevent us to come together, to interact with each other, to find solutions for those children, because without having educated and strong children who are empowered, we really cannot make a progress in our lives. And today, when of course, every day we have more children are deprived from their rights, and the numbers are increasing. It is still so shocking when I read that 36 million of children are uprooted by violence and by conflict. And this is what is really shocking as well. It is the highest number that recorded since the Second World War, which is something makes us all to think about the importance of our actions, the importance of working together, to come together to make decisive actions. Yes, it is important to talk. Yes, it is important to highlight the challenges, but I think the highlight is to change the lives of children on the ground. That's why I am so honored to work with UNICEF on such a global level to reach to children in countries such as Mali, Chad, and Jordan, where I have been back recently to see and hear the stories of children after the impact of COVID-19, which really also made the situation even worse for for millions of children to have access to education, and most of the children, they missed out of their learning during COVID. When I went to Jordan last August, I saw children who really, for 2 years, they didn't have access to internet, they didn't have computers, for example, or iPads to learn. And imagine 2 years missing out of education created a crisis in terms of learning. So we need recovery classes, we need catch-up learning for those children. So when they are now back to classrooms, they have the strength and enough knowledge to learn in safe environments. But I think what is also really important to be done is to help children not to flee. So when we have a place where children, for example, flee some countries, we have to look to the root causes of these challenges, and we try to reduce those challenges so children don't move to other countries and suffer more. Because unfortunately, children, most of the time, they pay the price. And they are victims of what's going on in the world. We live in such a challenging world. Children now going through a lot. I know it is not ideal for children to live in our world currently, but we can all participate. We all can contribute, for example, to strengthen education, to give children opportunities to have access to education in their mother countries, to have better health systems, to support children in their mother countries, for example, also find solutions to conflicts as much as we can, not creating new conflicts. So unfortunately, sometimes we make a progress and then another conflict happens, like what happened recently in Ukraine. And for many children now, they are displaced, they are refugees, they are missing a lot of their learning. So I think we must be serious when we want to solve these conflicts, not to create new ones. So in this way, children can remain in their countries and learn and thrive where they are. But also we need to make families, when they are not united, when families, all children live alone and maybe their parents in other countries, we need to make them united so the children can be more protected. When a child is on the move and the child is alone, they will be more vulnerable and they will be subject to exploitation and discrimination and many, by multiple ways, the child will suffer. So it is really important to make sure children safe with their families. But I think there is a really interesting point that was discussed earlier. When we talk about the suffering of children on a global level, we must don't discriminate children where they come from, for example, their color of skin or their age or their race, because the child is innocent and they don't realize the disagreements between us. So when we talk about the children, I believe we must put our differences aside and we must come on the table together to really just think about the children as they are, not to discriminate them, because no child suffers right now. It is something they want to happen to them, and it is not their fault. So that's why the protection of children must be our top priority, and children need us, need each and every one of us, and I think we must never underestimate even our small actions. Sometimes if there is a refugee child or a child who's a migrant or asylum seeker come to my community, if I welcome them and integrate them in my society, believe me, this makes a huge difference in their lives. Sometimes we think, okay, I don't have enough money or I don't have enough power to change the difficult reality for children. But we must start from small actions, because no big actions can be made without these small steps. And this is how I started myself when I was just 14 years old as a refugee in Jordan, when I fled my homeland. I just started using my voice. I really had nothing but my voice to use it to talk about the challenges with children, and also to talk to children how they must be strong and never give up, because it is not their fault to suffer, and also their countries need them. I don't accept to be defeated, and that's why I don't accept children to give up on their rights. But of course, we need to empower them to have a stronger voice and opportunities. During my experience as the UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, I have been to many countries that really suffer a lot, and even they don't have basic things that we usually take for granted. For example, they don't have schools, they don't have teachers, they live with such a low income, and sometimes they live in the poverty line. But I found something really empowering and inspiring to me personally. Those children, they have a lot of hope, and they are so resilient, and they all so hopeful to make a difference in the future of themselves and in the future of their societies. Whenever I go and talk to them, yes, they are suffering, yes, they are deprived from their rights, but there is something really amazing. Those children, they don't give up, and they just need the opportunity to thrive, because they have the determination and they have the will to make a great impact in their societies. So I think, yes, our event today is such a perfect example in how we can make a difference. And I would love to thank you all for your amazing and great efforts to do that, because I always believe in collective actions, believe on the impact we all can make. And just I want to encourage all of us to keep going, to never give up, even though the progress is so slow. I know every time there is a challenge comes up, but if we stop talking and stop actually raising these important issues, especially when it comes to children, we really will have more challenges and we will suffer more. So let's keep going and never give up on the hope of making this world a better place and safer place for every child everywhere. Thank you so much. So now we, after finishing this, I will move to a very interesting dialogue. I'm so honored to be joined with two inspiring young people who are making a great impact in their societies, and they are trying to make a difference, and also they are perfect example of young people. I am joined by Anya, who is from Serbia, and she's doing amazing work. So I will, of course, ask Anya to introduce herself and also to walk us through what she has been doing, and of course, Todru, who also from Romania, and he's doing such a wonderful work, and of course I want to hear from him as well. So I would love to ask you, Anya and Todru, to talk a little bit about your experiences.
Good day, everyone, from me too. Thank you for having me here. As Muzon said, I'm Anya, I'm from Serbia, and I'm 23 years old. I have finished social work, so basically I'm working in the Center of Social Work and in the refugee camp in Sombor. So apparently I'm working for International Organization for Migration, and I'm part of the volunteering team of Sombor Educational Center. So I had the opportunity to be part of the activities that have promoting education and educational workshops and intercultural communication between the youth from another culture and the local community. So, yeah, I will give a word to Tudor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tudor. I'm from Romania. I'm 16 years old. I'm still in the 10th grade. Last year I had the honor to be part of the GNRC committee. Now I am part of GNRC Romania. I am trying to change my community by mobilizing other people to donate to refugees. That is my way of helping right now. I think that it's all.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, both of you. It's amazing. Thanks for all the work you are doing. So, Anya, I just want to ask you, because you have such a unique and wonderful story, if you can tell us, please, one thing or maybe one conversation or maybe a situation that you do, what has motivated you to do all this amazing work?
Okay, thank you. Well, I will start with this. Considering that migration is and it have been an integral part of society, and that every country or nation is faced with migration, whether it be labor migration, face migration, or integral migration. I simply believe that we have to become more inclined and more to put more work in the intercultural communication through youth activism, because I believe the youth, through that activities and to getting to know each other, can develop more tolerance and understanding for the other culture, and to make some further further develop in society. So given the time from Serbia and the time most familiar with that situation, starting with 1999, the interdisplacement of people from Kosovo and Metohija, and also getting to, for people who are now in the migration because of the poor economic situation in Serbia, I come from the sense of compassion and sense of feeling that we can do much more and better for people who are in need. So also because of my professional and also my personal belief that we should be on the principles of humanity and non-discrimination and equal rights. I find my motivation exactly in that. So, what I want to say anymore? Yeah, that's quite it.
Yes, that's great. Thank you so much, Anya, for telling us about the amazing work you are doing. And I think we need more young people who follow your footsteps and, you know, make a difference in their societies. And that's exactly what I was talking about, how it is really important for each one of us to make a difference, because we all can really make a progress and we can really impact people in such a positive way. So, Anya, do you have any questions for me?
Yes, of course, of course. Well, I believe that every girl and boy, or I mean every child, have a unique story of their, but through your educational activism, can you share some specific story that had a big impact on you?
Do you mean in terms, you know, stories of other people that
Yes,
you interacted
yes,
with?
yes. In some situation or conversation with another child that had a big impact, that changed your perspective in some way or another.
Yeah, that's a great question, and also it is hard to answer at the same time, because I have come through really wonderful stories during my experience as an education activist and also as a goodwill ambassador. I have met amazing people and young people and the children from all over the world who really doing a great work. So it is hard really to give a specific story, but on the personal level, what really has motivated me the most is fleeing my country during the war. That was the turning point when I realized I can make a difference not only for myself, but also for others. It is the time when I realized I can use my voice for those who are voiceless, and I can really represent them and use my voice and my thoughts and also my effort to make their life better. So that was the, the thing that make a huge impact on me. But the stories, I think, wherever I go, all the children, especially in severe situations, situations. I remember my trip to Mali. I met with 2 young people, so now it comes an example to my mind. They are so young, I think they were just 14 and 15, and they lived in a very difficult situation, but 2 girls, they were trying to be like journalists, and they wanted to report the challenges of their society and tell it to the world in such a powerful way. So they were writing and sometimes do radio to talk through those challenges. When I talked to them, they told me, we don't only want to be part of the problem, but we want to be part of the solution. So they really inspired me so much, and they made me realize once those children, they are given the right opportunity, they can make great things. They can really reach their goals, and they can be in a position where they can change the world for a better future. Thank you, Anya. And I think now, Todro, you
Yes.
want to ask me as well?
I would love to. You are a role model for me and for other young people. Your life journey, for becoming a voice for the voiceless children on the move. What was the emotional impact of your journey and its spiritual meaning to you? What is your message for children and youth who want to advocate for children's rights but may not know how to do it in a meaningful and safe way?
That's a great question. Thank you so much, Todro. And of course, I think we follow footsteps of great young people like you. So you inspire me, not only I inspire you. So thank you so much. I think what I want to tell every child and every young person, not to give up and never underestimate your actions and your voices, because no matter how small your actions are, they can make a huge difference. So just keep going forward. Use all the possible opportunities. Try to make a difference as much as you can. Find even a small opportunity, even by welcoming a child who's, for example, a refugee or a migrant, or sometimes by just helping them and make them welcomed. I think that's enough to show us how we, by what extent we can make difference. So you are strong enough, and we need you. We need all the work you are doing. So please just trust yourselves and believe in what you do, because once we believe in what we do, we can really make it. We will face the challenges, but we must not let those challenges to stop us or prevent us of going forward. And that's my message to young people. So just for them to have the strength and the belief in themselves to achieve what they want in their lives, because if they do believe, they can really make it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, Todro, I want to ask you, because you had such a, and you still, of course, have a wonderful experience in terms of supporting children and young people, and you are trying to make a difference as much as you can, because your voice, I think it is a great example of how young people and the children can make a huge difference. So in your point of view, what do you think children and young people can do to help other children and support them?
Well,
while they are on the move, specifically.
Okay. Well, I'm from Romania, so I'll speak from the experience of being a Romanian, Romania being a country bordering the new crisis, the Ukrainian crisis. So in the beginning of the war, many Ukrainian children needed emergency supplies, meaning blankets, winter clothes, food. So I think everybody has in their homes toys, food, emergency supplies that are still in good shape and that they can donate in order to help others. I know for a fact that many churches in Romania organize these kinds of charity events. These charity events can even be announced on social media or in schools. The youth can help the children on the move by inviting them to their social groups, showing them the city, getting them used to the language, and making them feel safe in the country. With the help of my mother, I got to know 2 Ukrainian brothers, and I decided to invite them out with a couple of my friends. I could see they were shy at first, but after we shared some stories, we cracked some jokes with them, they were starting to loosen up, and we saw that they were starting to detach from the current situation they were in. They told us that it was great for them to know us, and that they miss their friends who are now in Poland or Germany. That was a very inspiring meeting for me. Some youth may not agree with the presence of the refugee in a country. So I feel it's our moral duty to speak to them and try and change their minds. Every time I have the chance, I speak with my colleagues and tell them that how big of a difference it is for a child that is forced to flee his country and live in a foreign country, to be welcomed as a friend, and how much of a moral boost that gives him.
Yeah, thank you so much indeed. And you highlighted such a very important point about awareness, because I think once we spread awareness about the challenges that people and specifically children are facing, I think more people will contribute, and that way we can really have many people who can make a difference. Because as you said, when you talk to people about what you can do and what must be done, and also how we integrate and include other children in our society, that's really so powerful. I always believe in awareness. And I think there is a very important point to mention about especially religious leaders, which is the core idea of this event. They can participate in such a powerful way in educate people about the challenges and about what can be done and spread awareness, because they can make a positive influence on communities, especially their own communities, because they have that positive influence to make it, and that way they really can change challenges, not only in their own communities but globally. So I thank you so much indeed to both of you for your amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we end this session, another round of applause. We are now going to see a video from the Secretary General of Religions for Peace, Dr. Azza Karam, who is not able to join us today because of her impossible travel schedule, and she regretted it very much, and she has pre-recorded a message now that I'd like you all to see, and then I'll come back.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. It is a great privilege and a pleasure to be with you here today. I wish I could be with you in person, but I suppose this will have to do in our modern times. This is a very important day. It's a day that marks our ability as human beings to stand together with our faith and with the commitments of our faith for the most vulnerable amongst us, the world's children. In every single faith tradition, from the largest institutionalized Catholic ones to the smallest communities of indigenous peoples around the world, there is a common belief, one of many, which is that we are as strong as the most vulnerable amongst us, and that our service to our lives and the meaningfulness thereof counts only in so much as we actually can serve and make count the most vulnerable amongst us. That is why coming together as faith communities, as human beings working in different sectors, to serve children's rights and to ensure their protection, especially when the times are hardest, that's why this matters. And that's why this prayer is not simply an act of, well, gee, let's pray for children, but it is quintessentially a show of commitment to our own faith traditions. Can we come together and stand alongside one another emotionally, spiritually, physically, practically, to pray together for the world's children? In a world that seems to have gone absolutely crazy, in a world that seems to ignore law, justice, democracy, and human rights, this is the time to stand together in prayer. Prayer here is not simply the uttering of words, as powerful as that is, but prayer as the act of solidarity and giving that we can do with our souls, with our spirits, with our minds, and with our actions. This is what the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children is about. And this is why it is an incredible honor to be able to share a few of my words with you and a few of the thoughts from the space that I'm privileged to share, which is Religions for Peace. Religions for Peace sees itself not as a standalone organization, but as a servant to all the world's faith traditions, religious institutions, and communities of spirituality, to stand together to be a servant to all, barring none and favoring none. In that space and in that capacity, Religions for Peace is incredibly proud to be able to stand alongside and to be a servant to the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children and the Arigato Foundation. Why? Because those stand to symbolize and to serve what we all should believe in, which is the strength of the most vulnerable amongst us. In Religions for Peace, we believe wholeheartedly that it is only when we stand together as people of faith, as institutions of faith, and as communities of faith, that we can genuinely make a difference to this world. It is the only untried alternative. We have tried the rule of law. We have tried institutions. We have tried ideologies, many of them. But you know, we never actually tried what it is to stand together alongside one another, amongst and because of our faith tradition, to stand as equal soldiers to the cause of peace and to the cause of service to the most vulnerable, and therefore the strongest amongst us, children. We need to ensure that on this day, we pray that our religious institutions can honor the very foundations of their existence, the very foundations of their belief systems, and to serve every single religious institution and faith community as it stands together to pray and serve the world's children. And only in that way will we become the strongest of our nation's people. Thank you.
That we're at the end of this particular session, and so we're going to get ready for our next session, which we're very excited about because it's the presentation of this year's Wear My Shoes awards, and so let's take just a pause to change the seating arrangement. And co-moderator and executive committee member of Religions for Peace. And he is going to be talking about, he's going to be presenting the awards together with Mr. Hironari Miyamoto, who is Secretary General of Myochikai in Japan, that works very closely with Arigato International. So we're very happy that you are both here to present these awards that have been made possible for the second year in a row by the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities. And so over to you, Eminence.
Thanks to all of you who are here this afternoon for this award ceremony of Wear My Shoes. The award was jointly presented, as you know, with the Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities and the Arigato Foundation as well as UNICEF. And this was for the first time in 2021. And we do hope that this collaboration will continue in the future. The award aims to recognize organizations that work in the grassroots level, and it is very important to stress this. And if we really want to change our world and have a better world for tomorrow, this is if we work as we should, not only at the level where we are, including our dialogue sessions and our meetings, but also on the grassroots level. That's why we are stressing this, especially on the work that is done to help one of the most vulnerable of our societies, that are children. The first edition that was of 2021 was presented in Dubai Expo, and it was on the theme Back to School. This year, the award focuses on another important question, that is children on the move. And I would like once again to thank all of you for being here, and I congratulate warmly this year's winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Eminence. And now, Mr. Hironari, please. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Children are naturally innovators with capacity to imagine effective solutions for the world's most pressing problems. They are strong team players who can inspire not only their peers but all of us to take action together for justice and peace. They want to make a difference, and they have much to teach us. The Wear My Shoes Award is a modest contribution to the solutions that children and adults have found to solve the most pressing challenges in their communities. At Arigato International, we have great faith in children. One of our leading priorities is to inspire more and more people to listen to what children have to say and involve them as equal participants in building a better world. This is why we work so hard, not only to secure children's basic rights to safety, healthy development, and connection, but also to foster their capacity to be change makers and empathetic leaders who drive transformation in their communities. With this in mind, it is my honor to award 5 promising initiatives promoted by children and adults. Please let's applaud winners from Bosnia and Herzegovina with the project Rights and Freedom in My Shoes. Please let's applaud winners from Chile for the Artistic Project for Social Integration. Because we could not have all the winners without in person, our colleges will send the certificate and the award to them within the next weeks. Please let's give a round of applause to winners from Malawi for the project Education for All. Please join me congratulating winners from Colombia for the project Philoscope Shaddai. Please let's applaud the winners from Sri Lanka for the Sampriti Children with Disability Welfare Project. You can learn more about the winners on our website and the passport that our in-person audience received. Finally, I'm pleased to introduce this video that highlights what brings us together today and the outstanding efforts of grassroots organizations, including a message from the winners of the Wear My Shoes Awards. Thank you.
When you think of home, what do you think of? They say home is where the heart is. Home are persons, but also places. Places where we make memories, build dreams, and connect with others. That peaceful place in which we feel loved, safe, and where we can just be ourselves. Can you imagine losing all of this? Did you know that millions of people are on the move today? These are refugees, migrants, or displaced people who had to flee their homes. At least 37 million are children below 18 years old, and many travel without a parent or adult supervision. That's about 92,000 airplanes full of people. People flee for several reasons, including violent conflict, poverty, natural disasters, and climate crisis. Every journey is a different story, but the risks may be the same. Some of us leave to another city, some to another country. Some families flee together while others are kept apart. The journey can be scary, especially when you have no place to call home. Did you ever think it could happen to you? We should not be on the move. But if we are, at least our rights should move with us. We need to be safe, just like at home. But we need your help. Many organizations around the world started to wear my shoes, our shoes, to help us find a place to call home, in safe living conditions where we are no longer exposed to physical, mental, or spiritual harm. They contributed by offering us a shelter, a safe space where we can gather with other families, or a space where children coming from all places can feel safe. Many have been supporting us to continue our education through tutoring lessons and books, or conducted recreation, leisure, or sport activities to keep us active. Creative and artistic activities have been very helpful to get us through the journey and to feel connected to our lives at home. Some have provided us with meals, clothes, and shoes, while many of them have given attention to our emotional and spiritual development to become more resilient as we look for that place to call home. It's time to come home in every way.
En nombre de todos los niños y niñas migrantes que asistimos, hoy queremos decirles gracias. Mil gracias por esta gran oportunidad que hoy nos ofrecen. Les mandamos un gran saludo y mucho amor desde Santiago de Chile.
We work tirelessly to empower, encourage, and educate our children. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you for all your hard work to help make our school better.
Обов'язково цьому мотивувати младі люди та допринести волю художності для цієї епохи. Hola!
Hola, arigato.
Les damos las gracias por habernos incluido en este concurso de Gusta mis zapatos.
Como institución estamos muy felices por esta oportunidad. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thanks to your generous award, we're going to be able to continue the work that we began during COVID in sheltering some of the kids in need of desperate shelter and care and love.
Are you willing to wear my shoes and be part of the change?
We are fortunate to have here a representative from Serbia who received the Wear My Shoes Award last year, which focused on the right to education. And so I think it would be really wonderful to hear from you as to how you have been working since you won the award, and how did you feel winning the award? So can you tell us a little bit? This is Ivana Barash from Serbia, and she is working with Sombor Educational Center. So over to you.
Thank you, Rebecca. First, let me greet you all, and let me say a big thank you to Arigato International and the whole behind-the-scenes team that made this event happen. Let me first introduce myself in short. As Rebecca said, my name is Ivana and I'm coming from Serbia. I'm coming from the organization called Sombor Educational Center, which was established in 2009. And since then, we are working with children and youth, mainly from disadvantaged groups. So that is when we saw the last year's launching of the Wear My Shoes Award, and when we saw the topic back to school, we were thinking that one of our programs that we are implementing since the establishment of the organization is a perfect, let's say, fit to this award. So last year we got the award for the program called the School of Goodwill, Volunteers in the Service of the Children. And the program itself is lasting for more than 10 years, and it's actually a volunteering service in which we educate young people how to provide additional educational support to the children from disadvantaged groups. So we have 2 equipped classrooms, and we have volunteers who are having let's say, free of charge classes, additional classes with children from elementary school, and they help them with the learning aids, learning materials in school, which they are facing challenges with. So the program itself is very much needed in Serbia and in our local community, and the numbers that we had, like more than 150 volunteers and more than 500 children included in the program, shows that the program is actually needed. So the last year when we got the award, we were really feeling like special and honored, especially because last year was if I'm not wrong, the first year that the award was launched. So you can already tell that we felt special. Like receiving the award was really meaningful in a way that the award allowed us to expand the base of the volunteers, and we were able to include more children in the program, also including children who are on the move and children who are refugees and migrants in our local community. So that is somehow related also to the topic of this year. But apart from having this, we also were more recognized in the local community by our program, and we also got many opportunities, and many people reached out to us in order to support the program in the future. So it actually got more visible to the donors and partners all around the world. And apart from what I said already, I would also like to emphasize that having Arigato International, such a global story, recognizing our small work in Sombor, in Serbia, a small town, it was actually maybe the most valuable thing, and the fact that somebody from Arigato International and the whole team who is standing behind the award said, okay, Sombor Educational Center and their work is valuable, is actually non-measurable value to the award that we got. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, because it was an extraordinary experience for us too. There's a whole group that is involved in the planning of the World Day, and we had judges that scored all of the different applications. We more than doubled the applications this year. It was very time-consuming and challenging, and also very emotional to review the applications. In fact, we wanted to give awards to everybody. So it was challenging. And what we'd like to do in the future is create a network, because these are promising practices at the grassroots level that nobody would normally hear about. And so in fact, we had applications that were just coming from very big organizations that we thought, okay, this is not exactly what we're trying to promote. We're trying to promote those small promising practices that have tremendous potential. And it's very inspiring to see that, especially because the applications are coming from all over the world. And that was also very moving. So we hope to continue these awards. And oh my gosh, I'm getting so nearsighted. I thank you, Dana Humaid, who inspired us to have one day she said, why not have awards to grassroots initiatives? And we said, okay, let's do it. And so, inshallah. Thank you. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. So anyway, thank you all to the Interfaith Alliance and to UNICEF and to the others who participated in the selection process that scored all of the activities, and we continue. We want to mentor also. So what you can do is also mentor some of the newer winners, and then we hope to build a whole kind of movement, among these practices. Why not? So in any event, thank you all. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Vinu Aram, who is the founder and president of Shanti Ashram, one of the collaborating organizations on the World Day. And Vinu also wears many hats. She is on our advisory group, giving us always good advice and participating in so many of our activities. And last year we were together in Dubai for the World Day of 2021, which was commemorated in Dubai. It was an extraordinary event as well. And Dr. Aram is going to now be addressing the joint statement that we hope everyone here can endorse in the next few days. Thank you, Dr. Aram.
We've almost logged in 9 hours of listening and sharing since morning. So I really appreciate your eyes, your ears, and your presence here. But maybe before I come to the statement, a couple of things. Why this is so important for us to remember what Reverend Miyamoto said this morning, this aspiration of giving it all for children. I think this is a day for us to be reminded of that and to be mindful that there are growing children in our midst. So that's the first thought that moved me. And I heard in the morning another sentence which said we should not just be solution providers, we should not just be problem solvers, but we have to bring into all that we do also abiding faith, but deep love. Children understand that the most. And I think today, in the presence of a few of the representatives of the children, may we also find this moral calling of loving and loving each other and accepting each other as we are. The last 2 years during the pandemic, it has been difficult for all of us around the world. I think none of us have been left unmoved or untouched, whether it was our own children in our family suffering, not going to school, it was suffering, or they were children falling into poverty. The numbers we have heard since morning, and let these numbers speak to us as well. Unprecedented numbers, Mahbub told us, since World War II. Falling into poverty, one of the longest scars that humanity carries. Children on the move, and we see those numbers again. Children excluded from education, again those numbers speak to us. Children who are deprived of basic health care. These are numbers that have names. These are names that are children who live with us and around us. But I'm also reminded of the story of Sheikh Litome, of the giraffe and the elephant and the lion, he said, in Africa, but the tiger in India. I think moments like this is also to remind ourselves of the power that we have to impact that community that we consider ours, and that community that we consciously build together. And that community, Miyamoto Sensei, we felt here. We felt it when Dana spoke. We felt it, Hinori-san, when you spoke about awards and what it meant. We felt it when Metropolitan Emmanuel said, let's go on. I think this is a community also that we are privileged to belong. The statement is in your folders, and it is a summary of not only what we have discussed today, but it's also, I think, a representation of how we have worked together at Arigato. Always believing that what we do together is of great value, always believing that what should be done together should be done together. And so in this statement that you have in front of you, and as Rebecca has kindly reminded us, it is still open for inputs. May I quickly walk you through the spirit and the substance of this statement. This is in the tradition of holding the World Day of Prayer and Action both finding equal importance. Prayer being the source of inspiration, and action being an extension of that inspiration. We have worked over a year now around the theme that we have chosen for this year's celebration, and we put together things that we think will help us address the challenges that children on the move face. And therefore, we acknowledge in the very first paragraph that we have come together as partners on the occasion of the World Day of Prayer and Action here in Rome. We moved from Dubai with the wonderful backdrop of the Dubai Expo to now here, where the Gregorian Institute and the Vatican have kindly hosted us. We speak also of the importance of this holy city of Rome. We then move on to give numbers and pointers to the problems that our children face in general, but children on the move face in particular. In that paragraph, you will see we speak about the accrued risks that children have when they embark on these journeys worldwide. They face threats in transit, at their destinations, upon return, including economic or sexual exploitation, abuse, neglect, and every other form of violence. We, of course, don't forget that we're still in the midst of a pandemic. And the pandemic, brothers and sisters, has demonstrated to us how fragile that agenda is of child survival and development. We have to be cognizant of not only the spikes in the different threats, but also the possible reversal of some of the hard-won gains. And we do acknowledge that in our statement here. We, of course, know that children are the invisible face of the pandemic. And what we have done together here since morning is make visible the challenges that our children face. We go on to articulate, emphasize, and represent to ourselves in the last paragraph of the first page of the statement, the respect for the human life and the dignity of every child. This is why we come together, and this is why we will continue to work together, because it is the dignity of every child that invites us to do more, that challenges us to stretch, and it invites us to collaborate, and as Archbishop Machado said, complement one another, so that what we do for children is not only of the highest quality, but it is of the deepest love that we can bring along with this service. So that is the first page of our statement. And then we go on, and you see that we are focusing specifically on children on the move. And I think the panels this morning, Dr. Mustafa Ali had a series of interactions with GNRC members. We had World Vision, we had Amanda leading a wonderful dialogue with a number of representatives of the World Vision, but also of UNHCR, where we looked at the specifics. And the specifics are listed in this document. I will not repeat every single one of them, but just to point to one or two, we speak again of continuing advocacy for the rights of the child. We speak of implementing concrete actions, and here the Wear My Shoes award gains significance because these concrete actions are not only asked for, acknowledged, but they are honored. And I think I want to again thank Rebecca and the entire team at the World Day for Prayer and Action, because I think during the pandemic we have hit the reboot button. As we heard from our colleague in UNHCR, the global efforts have to go on in tandem with local strengthening. So the global and the local, I think, have to find more harmony as we build back better. And these awards, and we're grateful, Dana, that you will go on supporting us, we hope for a long time, will I think, honor the work. And as you rightly point to, it's not just a big organization or a group of organizations honoring your work, but I think what we want to exemplify through this award is to say, everybody and everything we do for children counts. The aggregator is what we want to acknowledge through this award. So the advocacy continues, the honoring continues. But as you see, we have also shown that the work has to be multidisciplinary. And in point 9 and 10, we speak of what we do best, which is nurturing spiritual development and the best interests of children. But we also speak about the new challenges that our children speak in point 10, mental health and psychosocial well-being. So friends, we've tried in this statement to be concrete, but we've also not failed to ask of our own giving. And you will see that as a follow-up to these 10 points, what we can do, we must continue to do, whether it is services, whether it is a welcoming environment, whether it is pastoral care, each of that has been asked. And we're very grateful to all the partners who have planned this year's World Day of Prayer for their conversations, for their coming together, and for putting together a statement that is not for the rest of the world, but it is for us who think children are at the very heart of our present and our future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Vinu. Thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it very much. And before I turn it over to Professor Bongiovanni, who's going to do our closing today on behalf of the Gregoriana University, I'd like to just call your attention to the fact that we have an amazing program tomorrow, and we encourage you, every one of you, to join us tomorrow. We are going to be launching, my colleagues are going to be launching, my colleagues have established a consortium to work on a toolkit for nurturing spirituality in early childhood. It's a very inspiring work. It's been developed over a period of time. I think I'm looking for Maria Lucia, but at least there you are, Vera. Well, for what, 18 months or 4 years? Oh, 4 years, and many of you have been part of that. So, yes. Well, it's an extraordinary amount of work with the inputs of many organizations. And it's going to be a wonderful session tomorrow morning, I think very inspirational, but also demonstrating that we need to have tools to be able to carry out our work. And also, we're going to have a very meaningful and symbolic, which we always have, interfaith service. The interfaith service is very much a part of the World Day of Prayer and Action for Children. And I'm looking at Bishop Murray because you do some outstanding activities on the World Day and Interfaith Service in Panama and in other places. We're doing the same. So I hope you will all join us for that interfaith service. And then in the afternoon, there's an extraordinary session being sponsored by the Global Collaborative. The Global Collaborative will have a session right after lunch. The lunch is being sponsored by our friends at the Interfaith Alliance tomorrow. And then following that, there's going to be a very exciting session because we're expecting the First Lady of Sierra Leone, who has been working, and as I mentioned, I think sometime today, she's a champion of the new UN resolution that was adopted on November 7th on protecting children from sexual abuse and also promoting the healing of victims of sexual abuse. And this was adopted on November 7th at the UN General Assembly. Some of our colleagues were there. Very exciting moment and unprecedented. It's not that common for the UN to adopt such resolutions. Declaring November 18. So tomorrow is November 18. And then on Sunday, it's November 20th, where the official World Day of Prayer and Action for Children. So we have these 2 days almost back to back. And I think it's going to be very exciting now every year to join forces with so many other like-minded organizations to honor these 2 days, to commemorate the actions that are taking place. And I think it'll be very inspiring and create a lot of solidarity. So tomorrow, don't forget, and then in the evening, there's also going to be a mass led by the survivors of sexual abuse and exploitation. I'm sorry, it's not the mass that's led by it's hosted by the survivors, and it's going to be held at St. Stephen's Church, and Father Hans Zollner is going to guide us to the church so that we can be all part of it if you wish to join that in the afternoon. So it's a very full day tomorrow. So, and this is following our gala this evening, and I'm looking at my colleague Ornella, because Ornella is coordinating a lot of our transport, right? Can you come, Ornella, and tell everyone about the gala and how we're going to get to the gala and back and so on, because you know it better than I do.
Sorry, thank you. Just logistics. Those of you staying at Paz Helvetia or H10 Palazzo Gala, so you are going to be picked up there. For those staying at Harry's Bar Hotel, you're going to go from here to there, and you're going to get a transfer from your hotels. Everyone else is invited to wait here until 6:45, where we're going to have transfers available from here to the gala. Okay, so we expect to close by 6, and then you're going to have 45 minutes until all the vans start coming, and we are going to offer that transfer to the gala. Everyone is invited. Yes, everyone is invited to this gala. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the partners got together and created a very full agenda for the next 2 days. In any event, now it's my privilege to introduce Professor Bongiovanni, and we're very happy that you could be with us, and you have the floor. If you'd like to come up to the podium.
No, I will talk.
You prefer?
Yeah,
okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, at the end of this long day, I have not so many things to say, because it was a really long day, very interesting. But let me say just something in this way. What a wonderful gathering, what a wonderful company, what a wonderful sharing. It was really, I think, a great opportunity also for us, the Gregorian, here to host this event. It's not just an event. It is something more. It is a sharing. It is something which is linking us in different level. I think today we met many challenges, and we are grateful to each other for this sharing, for the passion in our work, for a common vision, and also for a spiritual engagement that we have. I recall at the beginning today the reference to the transcendence, which is a plus in our society, should be a plus in our society. Sometimes our secular world is trying to hide the transcendence with many consequences. We were sharing with Archbishop Felix today during our lunch. What is the problem? What is going on? What is wrong sometimes in our societies today? And we were agreeing, we agreed together that something is linked with this hiding of transcendence, not putting in the right place our relationship with the transcendence. So that's a big issue. And I found here this very strong reference to the transcendence, the spiritual engagement in different levels, I think. So this is a very important point. And the meaning to be here is also connected with that. I mean, and also my presence here as director of the Center for Interreligious Studies, it is connected with the idea of being together, not hiding the differences, but being together, notwithstanding, I mean, the differences, actually trying to find resources and to synergical, the synergy of the differences. Our differences can be synergic in working in our world today, not hiding the differences by going through the difference, beyond the differences for a better world. So I think children are asking us this today. The future of our children, our children everywhere, whether rich or poor, have this challenge to us. And we have to consider that. Sometimes the politicians don't understand. Actually, they would like to do something, but because of their own interest, they don't consider properly. And we have the duty. I was appreciating what Bishop was saying before. We are appreciated if we do a lot of things without talking too much. But advocacy means talking, showing the problems, but not in a polemical way, but in a very cooperative way, to be cooperative for a better world. The politics, the economy, everyone has a duty. But if we think about only individuality, then things will not move. So we have, I think, the duty, not only to do, but also to talk, to live with, to be within the society, to share, to take a risk. Always we have to ask to ourselves whether we are taking enough risk to take a risk. It's not comfortable to take risks. That's a point. So I think that has come out from our, I was reflecting on what you were saying, and this is a very beautiful, beautiful ideas that are coming out from the experiences, even from the experiences of the youth. There's a challenge to go forward. I don't know all the names of the people involved in this organization, in the organization. I would like to name all of them at the end and to thank all of them. So forgive me if I don't know. First of all, of course, the president of Arigato International, the director, and Father Zollner, who is the dean of the Institute of Anthropology. But all the people here around, they have been caring in all matters. So we appreciate, and I think it's very nice. Also, it's a sign of fraternity also to help each other in this work. But let me say also a special thank also to the staff of the Institute of Anthropology, and in the person also of Dr. Alessandra Campo, and with our colleagues also. And sometimes they were upgrading all the programs, and they were little behind me, asking me something, but it was a beautiful experience, so I thank you very much for this. Now, so thank you to all of you. But before ending, I don't want to anticipate the prayer tomorrow's prayer, which is a very beautiful event. It was presented. But let me ask you to share a few seconds of silence in a prayer attitude with our words, with our thoughts, thinking about our children in the world, wherever they are, to which is oriented our concern, thinking about very practical things and very real things, and then we end with an applause. So let us share this silence. Thank you. Have a nice evening.